Following the case presentation back on your find that a violation of depending on the case, I will send an abate violation solved or fee post daily accordingly. For new non-repeat cases, the order will include an abate date by which you must daily account post your hearing should not pay. If I find sufficient cost post back time, I will table case further date. If you do not agree with back, then the administrative order on the court appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the order appeal. In accordance with Florida law, I appeal any matter considered these proceedings, the person will need ever proceeding, also called transcript. This record includes the best evidence, appeal, cost of obtaining the verbatim record, the sole reason, and it is recommended and to appeal their case should pursuant to city codes. If the family fails case, special straight title recover all reasonable costs incurred in the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. So now I believe that it is time to either do the Pledge of Allegiance or swear the witnesses, whichever staff feels is the appropriate next step.
Good morning. Sorry about that. Looks like my clerk is having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to fill in on her behalf. Good morning, and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you are giving testimony on a case. If you're using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. When your case is called, once your case is called, you will receive notification giving you access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. Please promptly accept the invitation so that we may hear your case. If you are physically here at the city and you wish to give testimony, and you've signed in with the clerk here in the office, you'll receive a text getting your message. You should immediately office provide it back to the computer. If you would like to speak on behalf of called and feature here on Zoom, be acknowledged. Before giving testimony on your if you wish to have an interpreter assist you during your case, do that when you're called. And if you are an attorney on behalf of a property owner, please let us know that via chat so that we can acknowledge your case. That said, I do believe we have our North Miami police officer here that's prepared to give the pledge. Madam PD officer, if you're here, you can come into my office and do it. Good morning. I'm going to just share my screen to put up the flag. Because they only see here. Like I said, okay.
Good morning. Are we ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Swearing the at this time, if all of the code officers or any city staff giving testimony today, we'll go ahead and swear you in if you would enable your cameras.
Please rise and raise your right hand as I issue the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
And if at this time, if the interpreters, if you would enable your cameras so that we can give you the oath. City staff, please disable your cameras. Is the Spanish interpreter, I need you to enable your audio, please. And if the Creole interpreter.
I don't know. I wouldn't know about the Creole interpreter, but if you wish, I can go ahead and ask.
We'll go ahead and give you your oath.
Yeah.
Can you enable your video, please?
I am doing so. Are you able to see? You're not able to see me right now?
No.
Well, the thing is that I'm able to see you and myself too. Let me just 1 second.
We'll go ahead and bypass this at this time. Madam Assistant City Attorney, when the translators get in, would you mind administering the oath to them? Or a special magistrate?
I don't mind doing that. Is there anything in script that you want?
Yeah, we can email it to you since neither one of them are prepared. So that we're not.
No problem.
You're welcome. As to not belabor the issue, special magistrate at this time.
And she.
Well, Crystal, whenever you're ready, I can just do it. I have it kind of memorized, so.
Okay. So whenever they get here, we can circle back to that.
Okay.
Magistrate?
Yes, any amendments, deletions, additions regarding the agenda that staff wants to make me aware of?
I do believe there are some deletions to the agenda. Just give me one moment.
Okay.
I apologize. Again, she's having some technical difficulties. Item number 26, Renee Regnier, CEFAW 2021-000036. Postponed for 30 days. Property address is 1096 Northwest 120 Street. Item number 27, Eli Regnier and Renee Regnier, CEODS 2021-00082, postponed for 30 days. Property address 1096 Northwest 120 Street. Item number 28, Eli Renee Regnier, CEWWC 2021-00041, postponed for 30 days, property address 1096 Northwest 120 Street. Item number 31 on the agenda, Gator 12955 Northwest 7th Avenue, LLC. Case number CEBPR 2022-00331 has complied. The property address is 12955 Northwest 7th Avenue. And lastly, item number 41 on the agenda for Leonie Nelson, case number CEFOB 2021-00042 has complied. Property address is 565 Northeast 137th Street. At this time, that completes all the additions and deletions to the agenda, Magistrate.
I would also like to announce for the record that I will be recusing myself on one of the items involving Mr. Jacoby. Let me see which item that is. I saw that he raised his hand earlier to ask when his item was going to be called. It's item 16. Mr. Jacoby, I've known for many years. He's a friend. We go out socially, and I do mediations for some of his clients. So therefore, in order to avoid any appearance of partiality or to be perfectly objective, I'm going to recuse myself from hearing his particular matter. So I guess it'll be reset before a different master at a future date.
What number was that, Magistrate? Do you know which number?
Mr. 16, Benjamin R. Jacoby.
Okay,
And wife Cheryl.
I would probably say that at this time, is someone here on behalf of that property?
Yes, he raised his hand earlier.
Okay, so if it's okay, I think we'll go ahead and just table the item for 30 days until the next hearing. If in the event compliance is not met at that time, we'll hear it before another magistrate.
Very well.
So if you're here, you may go ahead and dismiss yourself, and we'll table your item for 30 days. That's number 16, clerk.
Got it.
Other than that, we have, it appears we have two attorneys that are here. So we'll go ahead and call those two cases first. It looks like Casey Flitman, Esquire, here on behalf of case number CESA 2021-00002, Enterprise 305 LLC. Clerk, can you advise what case number that is on the agenda?
Sure, that is item number 29. This case was previously found guilty and had an abatement date of October 21st, 2021. Fine was set at $500.
All right, Madam Attorney, I'm giving you access into the meeting now. I'm not sure if there's anyone else here on behalf of that property, but I guess she'll let us know when she gets here.
All right, is an officer ready to proceed on this case?
Yes,
you,
he's
Jose.
here.
Yes, sir.
Is that Jose Perez?
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Please
Flitman,
Who's here on behalf of the property owner?
there's an
Hi,
attorney.
good morning. I am Casey Flitman on behalf of the property owner from Robinson Law, and I also have attorney Raymond Robinson here, who's also present on behalf of the property owner. Good morning.
Is there anyone else in the queue, Madam Attorney?
No, there is not, but I do have the contractor who was actually hired to do the seawall repair. He's on call. I know that he spoke to Officer Perez yesterday to give him a status as to where we're at. Right now, we're waiting on the permits from Durham, and then we get the city permit.
Okay, so Magistrate, if you wanted to have the officer introduce the case and...
Yes. Remind me, was this a case that I heard back in September? Was that my case?
I don't necessarily recollect. It may have been you. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
And I'm sorry, if I may though, I know this goes back to September 2021. There was an issue with the notices. So when we were here in December of 2021, my client just happened to learn that there was a violation because we were handling a separate matter. So we went and we did all the tracking numbers for the certified mail. We pulled those and we were able to see that, the certified notices were sent to like Colorado. They were never sent. So when we were here in December, we went through the notices to show that we did not actually receive the notice. And then the case has been reset in order for my client to comply, which we're in the process of. So we were asking for this to be reset for, another 60 days or even 45 days so we can come back and let you know where we're at. Because like I said, my client has entered into a contract for $14,000 with Southern Marine Construction. The permit application has been submitted. I submitted this to the tribunal yesterday. It should be in the evidence. And right now we're just waiting for the Durham permit and then we can get the city permit. Unfortunately, we can't do these repairs without these permits. And I don't think the city is willing to give us permission to do so either. Otherwise, we would be in violation.
All right. Let me ask the city, first of all, why don't you address the issue of notice? Was the property owner properly served?
The property owner was sent via certified mail to the registered address. At this point in time, the registered address is 1865 Keystone Boulevard, right? And the notices were sent to 12555 Biscayne Boulevard, PMB 858, which is their registered address with the county for mailing. Additionally, an address was sent for that's on Sunbiz. I'm referring over to the attachment for that. If you give me 1 second.
And that was all in compliance with city code and state statutes?
That is correct. So the registered agent with Sunbiz is an address of 2936 Jackson Avenue in Coconut Grove, Florida 33133. And both those addresses were sent via certified mail. In essence, whether it was routed to Colorado, I'm not sure. Our office doesn't track the notices once it's sent out. As per the ordinance, it's only required for us to send it via certified mail.
All right. At this point, I'm going to ask the city to show me a copy or photographs depicting the conditions at the property.
So this is a photograph from August depicting that the seawall has collapsed into the canal. It's been like that for several years, actually. So it's in pretty bad shape.
And were you able to determine whether there's any collateral damage to the abutting neighbor?
So structurally, I cannot determine that there is damage to the neighbor. However, it appears that the neighbor did recently do their seawall, and if the seawall were to continue to deteriorate, it may affect their brand new seawall.
Okay. Any emergency situation with regard to the backyard or any further collapse on the property? Any portion of the property exposed to a potential collapse? Were you able to determine that?
I am unable to determine that. However, maybe the building official could chime in and give his opinion in regards to the matter. However, at this point in time, the seawall has remained in the same condition that it has been in since the last picture.
Okay. And when was the last time you were at the property?
The last time I was at the property was actually this Tuesday, April 19th, 2022 with Marine Patrol.
Okay. The council mentioned that the owner has secured the services of a general contractor, a seawall contractor, Southern Marine, and that permits have been applied to with Durham. Are you aware of that? And if so, how much time do you think they need in order to be able to get the permits and start the work?
So as council advised, the contractor reached out to me yesterday and advised that they had just put in for the permits this week. So I figure that it might take some time due to the approval process of DERM. As to how much time, I would not know. However, they only reached out to me yesterday in regards to this. However, this violation has been open since 2021. It's been open for nearly a year now.
Okay. Ms. Flitman, why don't you tell me what took so long, and where do we stand right now? I know you've just recently applied. Is there an estimate of time that you need in order for the contractor to do the work?
Like I explained, it took so long only because my client wasn't receiving notices of these violations. As soon as we learned that there was this violation, we stepped in, we started handling it, and we tried to get on top of the violation. This was at the end of December, so there was still like an issue with COVID going on, and my client had extreme difficulty getting a contractor to come out. I think that they contacted at least a dozen before Mr. Rossi. Mr. Rossi was the only one to come out and show up, and at that point they hired him for $14,000. During that time, my client was also sick with COVID and is lucky to be alive. But, the delay in getting the contractor wasn't, on my client's part. It was just really difficult to get someone to come out. And speaking to Mr. Rossi, I believe he says once these permits are issued, it'll take him 3 to 4 weeks. Unfortunately, he can't give me an estimate as to how long it's going to take, the city to issue these permits. I do believe that, he even asked Officer Perez, are you willing to let us do it without the permits? Clearly, we can't get that permission from the city because it requires these permits. It also took a long time as well because we had to get a design. We had to have an engineer come in. The contractor hired the engineer. That all had to be submitted. So in terms of, there was no real delay or postponement on my client's part. They've been working diligently to try and get this fixed. And like I said, they've signed a contract, $14,000. And if we can reset it for, 60 days or even 30 days to see where we're at, because it doesn't make sense, to issue the fine at this point because they're repairing the seawall.
So the contract that is in place with Southern Marine, is that contract only for the purpose of getting the DERM permit, or is it also to complete the work?
No, it's to complete the work, and I believe you should have a copy of it. I'm sorry, it was uploaded. I believe it was uploaded for everyone to view. If I'm able to share screen, I can put it up.
Yeah, I don't need to see your contract. I just need you to affirmatively represent to me that the contract covers the entire work, and that you're not going to come back 60 days from now and find out that now you have trouble finding somebody to actually do the work.
No, the contract does cover the entirety of the work. Like I said, the contractor is Southern Marine. It covers the entirety of the work, and the name of the engineer is Joe Scheingold. So everything is done to do the work. Okay.
Has Mr. Scheingold prepared his engineering report?
I can't answer that. I believe the plans have been done. If it's needed in order to submit the application for the permit, then it's done. We have the survey and we have everything that had to be done for the permit.
Do you have a case number from DERM?
I do not have that. If you want me to take a minute and pass this case, I can call Mr. Rossi and see if he's able to provide me with that information.
Well, I'd like you to provide Officer Perez with all of the information that you have, including the survey, the application for a permit, the contractors, the contract with the contractor, any permit number. Keep him advised of what the process is and what's going on. And what I'll do is I will table it until my next special magistrate hearing. And I'd like your client and all your professionals to exercise, not just reasonable care, but go out of your way to make sure that we don't come into hurricane season in July, and then you're going to have a worse problem because with the tides, I have experience in this since I live on Biscayne Bay as well. Half of your backyard is going to fall into Biscayne Bay. So I caution your client to move expeditiously to get this resolved. So I'm going to table it for 60 days based on your representations that you're moving along with Durham to get the permits and get the work done. You got a contractor, so but you do need to keep Officer Perez aware of every step of the way. So is that Mr. Perez? Is that satisfactory?
Yes, sir. I do believe the building official is raising his hand. He might want to chime in.
Okay, Mr. Building Official, unless there is a life safety issue that you find that requires the city to move quicker, I have tabled this matter for 60 days to allow the property owner to obtain the Durham permits and get the work done. What is your comment?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to add, is it possible the engineer could give us a letter stating, whether, the condition is stable or what additional measure that they would need to put in place just to stabilize the soil, while they're working the permit out for the final seawall. Any like measures to for soil stabilization?
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Okay.
I'd like to get the engineer to or the contractor to ensure that the backyard is stable, that it's not going to collapse, and if there's any reasonable chance that it may collapse, then some kind of shoring system is going to have to be put in place.
Okay. And Your Honor, what number is this case? Because I can follow it up with a letter, I guess, that they can provide me the report basically to kind of illustrate, if it's whether it's safe within those.
It's case 29, Enterprise 305 LLC.
If I may, Mr. Building Official, can I get your information so I can send you an email and I can give you my contact information so you can send me whatever it is that you require?
If you guys don't mind, can you guys follow that up through in the chat? I think the magistrate's already ruled. We've got a heavy agenda.
Okay, I sent my contact information there in the chat. So. And yeah, just reply back to me. And we'll take it from there.
Yeah, and Mr. Building Official, if in your involvement, if you need to go out and inspect and you find a dangerous condition, you of course, as the building official, have the authority to take certain measures to protect, life safety issues, and you can do that as under your authority. You don't need to come back to me and to ask me to do anything. If you feel that there's a danger, you can take your own measures and stop the work or make them shore it or whatever it is that you can do. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody, for your cooperation. Hopefully, next time we meet, we'll be at least almost finished. I know it's going to take at least a couple of months, but at least we're making some progress. Let's hear the next case.
Thank you.
Magistrate, the next item I'm going to call is item number 37 and item number 38. The property owner is Klaus Haas, LLC. We do have an attorney here for this case, which is Pedro Gassant. The case number for item number 37 is CEFOB 2021-0007. And item number 38, case number is CEZCU 2021-0092. In both cases were previously found guilty with an abatement date of February 4th, and fine was set at $350.
All right. Is counsel present?
Good morning, Magistrate. I am here.
All right. Please introduce yourself and tell us who you represent.
My name is Pedro Gasson of Holland and Knight with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue, and I'm here on behalf of Klaus House LLC.
If I may, Special Magistrate, I just want to ensure that we have someone here from zoning. This case was heard pretty extensively on our last meeting, and it did heavily involve our zoning office. Can my staff confirm whether or not they're here today? Jonathan, can somebody respond?
Apologize. So we sent the link to.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm here. I don't know why it's saying Edme St. Louis, but I'm here. Isaiah Bowson with.
Can you rename yourself, please, Isaiah? And
of course.
And we'll also give you clerk. Can you swear him in, please?
Sure. Isaiah, please raise your right hand.
Okay, let me just.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Okay. And sir, Mr. Balsan, you are representing the planning department?
Correct.
Okay. In order to move this along fairly quickly, because I've already looked at the file,
Magistrate, I can help it out. This is really a zoning issue that we.
I know. I'm just, don't interrupt me, okay? I know that the business tax receipt is probably a no-brainer. Anybody can get that. The issue is the certificate of use, and you're having some problems with getting the zoning approval. And so tell me what the issue is with zoning.
So the issue with zoning is that we've been having a difference of interpretation. We believe that the zoning allows it. So what we've done is agreed with the zoning department, with the head of zoning, Derek Cook, to enter into a temporary use agreement, which we've been working out with the city. We've submitted that. We have to provide the documentation. And as part of that, magistrate, we have committed to providing a certain amount of money that we need to get approved by the city manager. We're planning on providing about $10,000 for that, for the temporary use. As a quick background, this applicant is actually in the process of getting a conditional use permit for the development of a mixed use development on the site for 218 apartment units and 2,300 square feet of retail and 1,500 square feet of office. So what the temporary use application will allow us to do is to continue to have the use on the site as it exists today as we go through the zoning process for the additional uses that we're going to have on the site for the redevelopment of the property.
What's the zoning on the property?
So the zoning on the property is C3. It has an overlay of North Miami Transit Station overlay district. The property that's in question allows for a parking lot. And as a parking lot, we've been parking cars there. The key issue here, magistrate, is that the city has been taking, there's been a difference of interpretation as to whether the parking lot would allow for the parking of cars on the property. And that's where the requirement of the temporary uses come in, because that's been our compromise, and that's what we've been able to work out with the city.
Okay, let me hear from the planning department.
Good morning, everyone. So like you said, so to start off, the use of parking lot is different from what's going on here. And like we discussed with Pedro, essentially, there is two different businesses in question here. The first one is Tesla, Triad Tesla, and the other one being the commercial property owner. And initially, the certificate of use inspection was denied because of the storage of those Tesla vehicles is prohibited in this commercial zone district. So essentially, what we've been able to do is come up with the temporary use agreement, which would allow him to keep or store those Tesla vehicles on the property, and also pretty much be able to release his certificate of use as commercial property owner.
Okay, Mr. Balsin, let me ask you a question. When I reviewed the file, I observed what the issue was very carefully. The zoning, the planning department felt that the property owner should not have vehicles parked within its premises because that would violate zoning. Is that not what happened?
Right. So the issue is that it's considered outdoor storage because the Tesla vehicles is a part of it's essentially like an enterprise, basically. So the commercial property owner, which is Klaus House LLC, that C was denied because it's a violation.
Okay, so
does that answer the question?
Let me understand this. If it is a violation, then how are you able to do a temporary use? How are you able to grant a temporary use approval, which seems to be inconsistent with the underlying zoning? How are you able to do that?
That's actually a conversation that you would need to have with the director because that was his determination. And also, again, keep in mind that they do have a future development going up at the site. So we felt that collectively that this would be a better option for them rather than relocating those vehicles.
So if I may, Mr. Magistrate.
Yes, go ahead.
So I've had the discussions with the zoning director, Derek Cook. He is in agreement that as a parking lot, we can store the vehicles on the property. His contention is that we would have to go through DRC to get the parking lot approved. So because the DRC process, which is simply a process of legalizing the use as a parking lot on the site, is going to take additional time and would conflict with the process that we're going through right now for the 218 multifamily units. He has been agreeable to allowing us to do the temporary use permit in recognition of the fact that we're seeking a larger development program. He does not believe that it's inconsistent because if we go through the DRC, the use itself would be allowed. It's just that we have to meet the technical requirements to show the plans. That has been my discussion with Derek Cook of the Planning and Zoning Department.
All right. Is that correct, Mr. Valson?
That's correct.
All right. Because the city code does not allow me to overrule or pass judgment on the opinions of the planning director or the legal opinions of the city attorney as to the LDRs, and I'm looking at section 2-602, which gives sole jurisdiction on these issues to both the city attorney and the planning director. I'm going to table it until the appropriate zoning classification or the appropriate zoning either allows or doesn't allow the use of the property in the manner that it's been used. So I'm going to table this until I get further direction from the zoning people, and it's their call. And appeals from the zoning director are to circuit court, not to the special magistrate. So it's entirely in the hands of the zoning official, planning official, and the city attorney. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything else to add to what I just said?
No, Your Honor, you're correct.
Okay. So that being said, we're done with this case.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good to say.
The next item is item number 17. This person is here in person. It's Bertha Emanuel, Officer Aaron Barber, case number CEBPR 2022-00243.
All right. Do we have the property owner present?
Yes, we do. If you just give us a moment.
Okay.
Okay, Peggy, can you swear her in, please?
Ma'am, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Madam, please state your full name and home address for the record.
Bertha Emanuel, 12550 Northwest 11th Avenue, North Miami, Florida.
Okay, and are you the owner?
Yes.
Are you aware of the violation?
This is stucco, roof, and carport.
Yeah, you know about the violation, correct?
I don't know because my son take permit. He got an open permit to do whatever he's doing.
You have an open permit?
Yes, that's what my son said.
Okay. Do you have a copy of it? Doesn't matter to me what your son says. It's what you say and what you can prove. Do you have a permit?
Yes, I get the permit. The contractor have the permit.
Okay, let me hear from Erin Barber.
Good morning, Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This is a new case. This property owner was given a violation for windows and doors, stucco, and a carport roof. They were able to pull an after the fact permit for the doors and windows only. However, they still need to get the permit for the stucco and the carport roof. As of the final recheck date on April 8th, there was no compliance. I have spoken with the property owner and with a gentleman who identified himself as the contractor, and I made him aware that he will need to get permits for the stucco and the carport roof.
Why would anyone apply for a permit for only part of the work and not the entire house? What happened?
The carport been there before long time.
I haven't heard anything about a carport. I heard that there's a permit for doors and windows, but there's no permit for the stucco or the roof.
A carport. It's the roof is for a carport. Yes, sir.
Okay. So she's saying that that has been there a long time, but I guess the city says that, yes, it may have been there a long time, but there's no permit for it, right?
Yes, no. Sir, there are no permits.
Okay. Ma'am, by the way, just to refresh my recollection, show me at least a couple of pictures to see what condition we're talking about. Okay, I remember seeing that. Now, are the windows code compliant?
The permits have been the after the fact permits were pulled for the windows and the door, and that there hasn't been a final inspection yet. I do not believe so. I think I do have the permit number, but I don't know the status of the permit as of today.
Okay. I guess building will do a final inspection and make sure that the windows and doors are in compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Emanuel, you understand that you need a permit for the stucco and the carport?
I think the contractor says he's going to take it.
Say that again?
The contractor said he asked for a permit for it.
He's going to get it?
No, the carport is not from the contractor. The carport been there years ago.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It needs a permit.
Okay, so can my contractor take a permit from me?
He's going to have to, because I'm going to give you 60 days to do everything necessary to not only finish the job with the whatever after the fact permit you have for the doors and windows, but also I'm going to require you to get a permit for the stucco and the carport. Also, I'm going to give you 60 days, and if you don't comply, I'm going to impose a $250 fine for every day that you're not in compliance. Okay, so let me read my order for the record, that based on all of the testimony that I've heard, from the city's code compliance officer and the photographs presented depicting that the violations still exist and proper notice having been given, the property owner being present, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. So you need to get the contractor out there and make sure that he gets at least an application for a permit filed with the city as to the 2 items that are still pending. The other items require that the city finalize their inspections and that everything that has been done according to code. If it has not been done according to code, then the case should come back to me for further proceedings. Okay?
Okay. So how to get a permit for the carport who been done long time ago? So how to get a permit for it?
The contractor should be able to assist you. You may need an engineer or an architect to do plans, but and it's the same process as with the windows and the doors. You need to file for a permit, and the city will go out, inspect it, and if the carport is in compliance, then everybody will be happy. If it's not in compliance, it's going to have to be fixed or removed.
Okay, so if I remove it, because it's been there a long time and I just put my car in it or put some stuff in it. So,
well, if you remove it, then that particular issue goes away. You still have the stucco to deal with.
Okay, I think the contractor already applied for the stucco, because when he put it, I asked them if they got permit to do anything, and they say yes, they got open permit, and they're going to do whatever work they're going to do until they finish, and then they will get inspection. So
yeah, but the permit did not cover the carport, so you need to deal with that separately.
Okay, so if he don't want to help me with the carport, if I remove it, is okay?
City, is that okay?
Yes, it should be okay.
Okay, all right. If you don't want to go through the permitting process for the carport, just remove it.
I believe you still need, though, a permit to demolish, if I'm not mistaken.
A demolition permit? That will be up to the building official. I don't know.
Building official, can you confirm whether or not she would need a permit to demolish? Mark, are you there? Gary?
Yeah, to remove that carport, you don't need a permit for that. No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, next case.
So, I'm there for 60 days, right?
60 days. Everything needs to be done by then. If not, you'll have to pay a fine.
Believe me, I have nothing, no way to pay anything.
Well, that's another issue for another day, but you need to comply.
I always comply.
All right. I think it's easy based on what I see here and what you're telling me. I think it's relatively easy for you to comply. And if for some unknown reason, there's some emergency or something comes up or whatever, if an emergency comes up and you can't finish within 60 days, you need another week or two, you can come back and I'll be lenient with you. I understand, these are issues that are difficult to deal with, but I want you to do the best that you can to get these violations taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next case.
I'm going to go ahead and proceed with item number 5 through 8. Officer Shanna Sanders, property address 127 Property Company. I believe we have a Ronald Mann here representing the property. For item number 5, case number is CEFOB 20210026. Item number 6, case number is CEMHS 20210085. Item number 8, CEMHS 20210088. And item number 8 is CEZCU 2021-00140. All 4 cases were previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, and fine was set at $350.
Is it 4 cases, clerk, or 5?
It's 4 cases from item number 5 through 8.
Yes, it's 4. Let's start with the first one. I think the easier one is the failure to obtain a business tax receipt. Mr. Mann, for the record, just tell us who you are and who do you represent?
Thank you. My name is Ronald Mann. I represent the owners of the property located at 1217 Northeast 127 Street, 127 Company. 127 Property Company is the entity name. This building. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. This building.
Let me stop you. Let me stop you right there.
Sure.
What's your association with the ownership group?
I work with the ownership group in assisting and maintaining the property, and also in assisting them with taking care of these violations, which the owner had initially hired a permit expediter and a company to do this, and it seems that they did not do their job. So I picked this up, and we've been making pretty good headway since in taking care of after the fact permits, taking care of violations, which we've been able to abate several of them. And we're pretty much in the end here of getting the other violations taken care of, which would be just really achieving permits. Most of the work has either been done or it's in the process of being completed. And we feel that everything will be completed within the next 30 days to be able to be in compliance.
All right. Let me just try to summarize what this is all about, just to get to the meat of it. Okay.
Yes.
You can't get a building. You can't get a business tax receipt, and you can't get a certificate of use because there are violations on the property that need to be addressed, which have to do with windows and a gate that was installed without a permit. Is that essentially it?
Correct. We purchased this building, and we were not aware of the violations when we purchased it. We accepted the purchase, and we would abate the violations. We accepted it when we purchased the building. We didn't fully realize until really the very end, almost at closing, that there were violations. The owner kept that from us, and we didn't even have a record of it. And in fact, some of the violations didn't even come through until we had the property inspected post-sale. So we've been in the process of curing that. We hired an architect, we've hired a contractor, we're going through the whole process of it. It's a grind. We're learning the permitting business. The owner is not very experienced with permitting, but we made a commitment to take care of everything that needed to be done, and we're pretty much almost completed with it. We're just
all right. Let me hear from Shanna Sanders, our code officer on this case.
Janice Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer for property address 1217 Northeast 127th Street. And as you stated, that's exactly what's happening. He's unable to obtain the business tax receipt and certificate of use until all the other situations are rectified. He has submitted permits for some of the work that has been done. Those violations have been closed. He has some revisions that he's made to some permit applications that he has on file. But, at this current time, he just needs to secure those permits, and get these things rectified in order to obtain that business tax receipt and certificate of use.
Okay. Isn't there another certificate that a property owner needs to obtain when they buy a piece of property? What is that certificate called?
A reoccupancy.
Reoccupancy. Do they have that?
I'm not sure, but I'm Gary Mike can chime in. I'm not sure if that's needed for commercial properties. It might be, but I'm not sure. I can check the history to see.
Okay, but we're not dealing with a reoccupancy certificate.
It only applies.
No, they go ahead, Gary.
Sorry, it's only apply if it's a mixed use property, if any residential. If there's no residential to
Okay.
it doesn't.
Just to again refresh my recollection, because I've reviewed probably all of the files. Show me some pictures. Let me see what it looks like.
Well, oh, the property looks like?
No. I want the code officer to do that.
Sorry.
And while you're looking at the pictures, Magistrate, I am showing that there was an application on file for reoccupancy. It was denied. They applied May 17th of last year, and it was denied November of last year.
I thought they didn't have to apply.
I can only go by what's on file. It shows that they have an application on file, but that was denied in November.
So if they don't have to apply, that doesn't become an issue here.
It shouldn't.
Okay. So is that the old door or is that the new door?
That's the old door. They have replaced the door, but as stated in the description for the violation, they did it without obtaining the proper permits. This is now the new door, but they changed it without pulling permits.
All right. Let me see the windows. And the gate as well. Okay, that was put in without a permit.
That's correct.
We have an after the fact permit that's pending based on a survey that will be submitted probably on Monday. We had to get a new survey. I wasn't aware up to the very end when zoning approved the gate that we needed a new updated survey. Building made me aware of it, and we hired a land surveyor who's actually going out there tomorrow morning to do a new survey, updated survey, brand new. So that's the thing that building is missing for the fence permit for the after the fact.
Mr. Beswick, any comments from building?
Okay, yes, no, I'm familiar with the property. Yes, they did apply for REAC. It was denied. So basically, they did apply for an after the fact permits to satisfy the issued, but it was denied. I think my memory was the cost that they put for the work that was done was too low to compare, in my opinion, to what was done. And also, once they get that permit, they're still going to need to apply for an after the fact reoccupancy because they did not apply for a conditional agreement. So if the sale went through with a denied REAC, then they would need to apply for after the fact REAC after they finish with all the on the permitted after the fact permit work.
Okay. Mr. Mann, you got a lot of work to do. How much time do you need?
We actually are on the home stretch. We believe that everything should be completed within the next 30 days. At that point, we would, obviously apply for our certificate of occupancy and our business tax receipt. We've navigated the permitting system. It's actually been the city of North Miami has been very helpful, and we appreciate that. So we've navigated everything. So I would say 30 to 60 days max, so that we don't have to be in non-compliance would be the best thing if possible. Chief Magistrate, that would put us in complete compliance. We would be able to satisfy all of our issues and bring everything up to code. We've actually beautified the property greatly. It was really in disrepair, and the previous owner had made extensive renovations that he had not, really, brought to the city's attention, which we have taken over and we have brought up to code and brought into zoning. So I hope that's taken into account here. Sure. All
right. I was not the magistrate that issued the finding of guilt. I would suggest to staff that perhaps the case should go back to the special magistrate that issued the the order. But if it comes back to me, it'll have to wait 60 days. So whatever, I'm willing to wait 60 days. But I think that if staff wants the violations to be cured earlier and go back to the Ms. Cazal, is that who heard it before?
Special Magistrate, I think it's okay if you want to do the 60 days. I don't think the city takes a position that these are life and safety matters. So if the 60 days is something you're okay with, the city is also.
Yeah, I'm okay. We're dealing with a door and some windows. Is there anybody living there at the time, Mr. Mann?
There are occupants there, but none of the work needs to be done. I mean, the work has been done. This is all after the fact, with us catching up to things that were missing in the permit application. So
the work is done.
Yep.
You just need to get the paperwork done. Exactly. Are these impact windows?
The new windows are impact windows. Yes, we have NOAs, and we made sure to put the most current type windows.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But building will have to do the final inspection. Have they done that?
We're aware of that. No. We actually have the windows and doors in our plans into building. Building has asked us to pull out the windows and doors from our master plans and create separate plans for them to review, which we should have into building on Monday morning. So
all right. So we're gonna table items 6, 7, and 8 for 60 days, pending resolving the after the fact permit issue. There will be no further continuances, postponements. If it's not finished by the date that I've set forth, fines will accrue. Okay.
Thank you, Special.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Special Magistrate, please, before we get him off, can we make sure we include 5? You said 6, 7, and 8. Make sure we include 5 in this as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't see 5. Okay, so it's 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Next item is item number 48, Northeast 17th Ave Corp. Case number MHVIO 2021-0005. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of April 8, 2022. Fine was set at $500, and the officer is Gary Beswick.
Anybody present representing the owner?
Yes, we have somebody. Mayor Burns, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, please state your full name for the record.
Kevin Burns, 2065 Alabama Drive, North Miami, Florida.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand, sir?
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. To save time, I think I remember this case. I believe that I entered a guilty order on, I believe, February 17th or thereabouts. And the abatement date was April the 8th. Fine set at $500. Is this that COVID storage facility case?
Yes.
Okay. So what's why the delay?
We've already spoken with Gary in reference to this, and we tried to have it postponed, but missed the cutoff this morning to postpone this another day. The plans are down in Durham, and what happened, it triggered Durham looking at wanted additional information on the grease trap and some other items that they were asking for. They wanted an updated. And so we're in the process. The engineers are updating what they requested. Even though after the fact was a very minor item, it triggered them looking at it. And Durham has been doing a sweep in North Miami, looking at grease traps throughout North Miami. And it's we happen to fall into that, and they're reviewing the existing grease traps to make sure they're in compliance, which they are, and that's holding up us getting our application out of Durham and back into the city of North Miami.
Okay. What about the remodeled bathroom, the freezer, the office spaces, all that work that was done without permits?
It's the same permit, Special Magistrate.
Is the same permit?
Yeah, same permit. Yes.
Okay. Let me hear from. By the way, is the property still being used for the same purpose?
Absolutely, yes. Even
You're
though
feeding,
people don't,
you're feeding folks that are needy.
they're under contract. Yes, sir. They're under contract with USDA and some other federal agencies to provide meals and so forth to residents in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County.
So that the use hasn't changed?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Beswick, what is your recommendation?
Well, to save time, you can push it back to your magistrate meeting 60 days to you. Put it back to
All
you.
right. Table this case for my next hearing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Magistrate, the next item will be item number 12350 Northeast 6th Ave LLC, case number CEBPR 2021000107. This case was previously tabled to allow the property owner to obtain the permits. Officer Aaron Barber is on this case. And I believe we have Francis Jacob here for this property.
Francis Jacobs?
That is correct.
All right. Can the property owner be seen?
Hello, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, there you are.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Your name, sir?
Francis Jacob, 12685 Biscayne Bay Drive, North Miami, Florida, 33181.
What is your association with the property?
I'm one of the owners.
Okay, you don't live on the property then?
No, sir. This is a commercial property.
Okay.
There are no tenants there. It's empty.
It's empty. Okay. Do you understand the nature of the violation?
I do.
Okay, and the file shows that you're a repeat violator, that it was previously tabled from February 22nd until today. What is the problem?
This is the violation for the fence permit, sir.
Okay, and how come you don't have a permit?
We have a process number. We just recently applied for one.
Can you read the process number for the record?
One moment, sir. Lily, where's the process number? Okay, the process number is 2022-0195.
Okay, all that means is that you filed something with the city, right?
Yeah, this is a fence that was erected in between two properties that I own both. The fence was already there. I kind of like refreshed the fence because there were too many bums jumping over. So I was cited for doing a fence without a permit. So I obtained the process of getting a permit. It just hasn't been approved yet.
Okay, let me hear from the city.
Good morning, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. Yes, this property, the violation was opened, I believe that was September 2021. And as of the final recheck date on April 8th, there were no permits in the system for this particular violation, for this fence that was installed without the permit.
Do you show the the number that that was just the 2022-0195, does that appear on the record? The process number?
No, as of the final recheck date, there was no process number that I saw in our system. I did check, and yeah, there wasn't anything for this particular violation.
Can you check now, or you don't have that accessibility at the moment?
Okay.
We can check, magistrate. Just
okay. Yeah. In the meantime, while you're checking, show me the fence again. I want to see what the condition looks like.
Sure. Just a moment.
Is it a chain link fence?
Yes, sir. Chain link fence. It was the original fence that had been there was removed, and this taller new fence was put in.
And is that type of fence compliant with zoning?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I don't. From what I understand, I'm not sure what they're doing about chain link fences at this time.
Or the height?
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yeah. What is that? A fence in compliance with zoning?
It is. It's a 6-foot fence, and that is permissible commercial district.
Okay. And the zoning allows chain link fence?
Yep.
This is a renovation, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And what is the property being used for?
Right. It's a commercial property, so it's going to be a retail mixed-use facility.
Yeah, I know there's nobody there, but eventually, what is the intended use?
It's a long answer, but preferably erecting a taller 10-story building.
Okay, that's a totally different scenario than we're here about. Currently, what's the square footage?
3,000 and change for the actual building. The lot's around 10,000 square feet.
Okay, why do you need such a tall fence again?
Okay, there was a 4-foot fence, but I bought the property next door, which is a 10-unit apartment building. But the bums who go across the street to the convenience store to buy whatever, they jumped that fence in order to get across. But when I spoke to Ms. Patterson, she had asked me to put a construction fence around the whole property, which I did. Prior to that, we erected that fence so the bums wouldn't jump over. So it was sort of a safety security measure. Now it's better.
Okay, Ms. Barber, were you able to find the process number?
No, sir. We didn't see the process number in our system in Eden.
Mr. Mensch?
I could email it to Ms. Barber and Ms. Patterson, if she like.
Yeah, can you do that now while we're waiting, or?
Sure, I can do it.
Yes, sir.
Lily, they don't see the process number. Forget about it. Yeah.
When the permits are we do have the permit in place, the permit application in place, we will show that number, but not with the process number.
Okay.
All right.
How can I email that to them?
Go ahead and email it. To the city, Ms. Barber or whoever, or the building official, Mr. Beswick, so that we have it. How much time do you need? 60 days?
If you don't mind, I mean, as quickly as the permit gets approved, I just need to get a final inspection and we're done.
And it's just, we're talking about a fence.
That's it.
Okay. All right. 60-day continuance is granted. Hopefully it won't come back to me. Hopefully everything will be okay. But if it comes back to me that it hasn't been completed, then I'll consider a violation and appropriate fines. So let's move on to the next case.
Can I ask you a courtesy? I have another case. If it's possible, it could be heard.
Yeah.
I don't know where
you have another case. If you have another case, let's hear it now.
Okay. The address, it would be for Inspector Perez, and it would be 13355 Arch Creek Road.
All right, Your Honor, that's item number 50 and 51. NJZ, case number MHVIO 2021-0093. And item number 51, case number MHVIO 2021-00104. Both cases were previously found guilty, and with an abatement date of April 8th, fine was set at $500.
All right, you say 50 and 51, right? Let's hear 50.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami is hearing the case in regards to the property at 13355 Arch Creek Road. This case in regards to a cracked window in front of Unit 4. As of my final reinspection, the cracked window remained, and the final reinspection pictures are attached. That final reinspection was on April 13th, 2022.
April what?
April 13th, 1-3.
Okay, show me the pictures. Well, these were those windows that were that had a crack.
Correct. These are older pictures, though. If you maybe scroll up a little bit, we would see the more recent ones towards the top. That's April 13th. You can see the crack in the bottom right corner there. It's a little hard to see because they have the mosquito covers.
Yeah, I remember these from last time. So are they still cracked?
As of April 13th, they were still cracked, yes. They weren't replaced.
Are they supposed to have screens also in the rear, missing window screens?
That was all addressed except for the cracked windows.
All right, so all the other violations were addressed. The only problem is the windows. How many windows are cracked?
There was one window that was cracked, and then for case 31, it's for permitting for windows that were replaced without permits, which are still not obtained.
We're still on the same case, right?
There are two cases. 50 is regards to the window itself. 51 is for permitting for windows.
Yeah, we'll deal with 51 in a moment. But as far as 50 is concerned, it's the cracked window.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Jacob?
Yes, sir.
What's going on with the cracked window? What's the problem that, we can't fix it?
It's fixed. I emailed the pictures of the fixed window to Mr. Perez's email. So if he has it in there from 8:52 a.m. this morning. So if he checks his email, all the pictures are in there for all the compliance. All the items are in compliance. So obviously he's going to have to revisit it at his schedule. But I sent the pictures, and that window has been fixed.
Yeah, I wish you would do these things a little quicker so that when it comes to me, we don't have to deal with stuff that was emailed at 8 o'clock in the morning. It could have been done yesterday afternoon or the day before. So that, because I just can't take your word for it. There has to be a follow-up inspection to make sure that the window is properly replaced.
Correct. So, not the window. First of all, that apartment is vacant, and there's a little crack on a corner of the window that has a sliver missing. So it's the pictures I've sent show the window being replaced. Now, when I met Mr. Perez shortly thereafter, our last meeting, because if you speak to him after we had our last meeting, I pretty much did everything right away within a few days. When we both went out, I noticed that you could barely see the crack. So I didn't even notice it myself, neither did my worker. So he said to me, well, you did fix this one window because there were two windows that were cracked, but this one here you missed. I said, I'll take care of it. Time went on. I didn't take care of it. Yesterday, my guy went and measured for the window, brought the glass, While he was putting in, he broke it. So I sent him there this morning again to wait for an hour and a half at Home Depot just to get a piece of glass because of the way they are short-staffed. He put it in before the hearing, sent me the pictures. I walked the job, then I emailed the pictures to Perez. I understand I was a little tardy, but I did the best I could based on everything I just told you.
Okay, Mr. Perez, you want to go back and take a look at it? Is that...
I actually just referred to my email right now, and it does appear that it was corrected. However, it was after the abatement date. If it's fine with Your Honor, I would like to go ahead and roll the fine from the abatement date until this morning, and that way we could go ahead and move forward to the next case.
What I'll do is I will submit, because of the delay and because there was an abatement period of April the 8th and today is April the 29th, I'm going to set a fine of $500 on that window issue. That will dispose of number 50. Mr. Perez, are you confident that the work has been completed?
Yes, sir. I just reviewed the photographs from this morning, and it appears that the window was repaired.
Okay. And because it's past the abatement date, I'm going to set a $500 fine. Let's go to 51.
In regards to 51, it's at the same property. This one is in regards to windows that were replaced in the rear of the property, including a sliding door. These were replaced without permits on the file. As of my final inspection date, no permits have been obtained for said replacements.
Mr. Jacob.
Same situation. I have a process number here as well. Yes, it came in late, but this is replacing windows and getting a permit for this. Not as simple as it seems. You need a current survey. So I had to order a survey. It took 3 weeks for that, because if the survey is older than 2 years, they won't accept it. So I've owned this property since the 1990s, and the survey had to be refreshed. So that took 3 weeks. We submitted now a process number. I can give you that. It's 2022-0133.
Is that a different process number?
Yes, than the prior one. The prior one was 0195. This one's 0133.
Okay. And it's for the window?
It's 3 windows and a sliding glass door that were done in one apartment.
Okay. This has nothing to do with the cracked windows. This is installing the new windows without a permit.
We installed new windows months ago without a permit, and I was cited for it. You gave me time to do that. We've done we took care of the other issues for the most part. This part here took a little longer because of the delay with the survey. Now it's in place. So if you could give me a little more time to finalize the permit, then we're hopefully okay. And it's up to you.
Special Magistrate.
Mr. Beswick.
Can I ask Mr. Jacob a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. Jacobs, is the permit that the numbers you're given, I'm assuming that you apply for these online?
We did.
Okay, Special Magistrate, the reason why when they search the address and they're not seeing the numbers is because he applied online, so they will not see it in Eden until it's transferred over. So that's why they're not seeing it when they search the address.
Okay.
It's a different, he using a different system.
All right. Are you able to verify that they were actually filed?
Yeah, if you give me the number, I can verify it. Get it verified.
Sure. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
2022-0133 would be for the window. You want me to repeat the fence permit one from before, or that one's?
Yes.
2022-0195.
And the first one they gave me was -0133.
Yes, sir.
Okay, give me a minute.
Magistrate.
Yes.
While we wait on Gary Beswick, for item number 50, are you only fining him a one-time fine, or are you letting the fine go forward from April 8th?
No, one-time fine, since he's already corrected it.
No problem.
The violation has been cured.
Noted.
Just so that I'm clear, Mr. Jacob, you don't own this property, do you?
I do.
Who is Mariela Verte?
Has nothing to do with me.
Okay, that's what the records show. Somebody at 1234 Washington Avenue, Mariela Verte, is shown as one of the owners.
You're talking about for NJZ Enterprises Inc.? Because that's the titled owner.
No, forget it. That's the next case. Never mind.
No problem.
That's the next case. All right, what are we waiting on?
I think you wanted to have Gary confirm the permit, the process numbers in another system that they use over there.
Okay. Well, we assuming that the permits are there, or the process number, how much time do you need to cure the violation? Get your permits? 30 days?
I would say 30 days, yes.
Okay. Assuming, and I have no reason to not believe you, but assuming that the process numbers are in place, the application's in place, and you're getting ready to get your permits for the new windows installed, I'm gonna table this for 30 days. But let's be clear that the fines will accumulate since you already passed the abatement date. If it's not done by 30 days, I will add the fines as of the April 8th abatement date. So
understood.
Act promptly. I'm not going to set a one-time fine on this one. I just want you to move quickly and get it done. If you get it done within 30 days, there will be no fine.
Sorry for the delay, Special Magistrate. I'll find the applications. They did submit them.
Okay. All right. So that's so much for 51. I think we're done with this property, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's hear the next case.
Thank you very much, Magistrate, and everybody.
I'm going to go ahead and call item number 40. The officer is Gary Beswick. It's Lennox Blanc. And case number MHVIO 2020-00224. Case was found guilty with an abatement date of October 1st, 2021, and fine was set at $500.
Can you give me the name that's here, please?
They're here in person.
Okay.
All right. Who's here on behalf of the owner?
Just a moment. Yep. I think they're ready.
Can you please raise your right hand, the property owner, or both of you guys? Yes.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Please raise your right hand. You and...
Not only one hand.
Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
There's no audio. There's no audio on the computer. Do you guys have a headset there that you can use?
Yes.
or either remove.
Can you hear me, sir?
So no audio. Can we just disconnect the headset maybe? It's working. Can you hear us? No, can we disconnect the headset? Can you just take off the headset and disconnect it completely?
Ms. Patterson, while we address these technical difficulties, let's take a 3-minute break, okay?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you. Jose, can you assist with this, please?
Recording stopped.
Can you hear us? I still can hear him.
Speak into the microphone. Hello. Yep, it's
working. See, hopefully it works. Okay, so just leave it right there. Okay. Because your video is on and you're not muted, so you should be fine. Okay, good.
All right. Were we able to resolve the issue?
I think so.
Okay. Who's here on behalf of the owner? Case number 40.
Her son. Can you hear me?
State your name, sir.
Renette Blanc.
Mr. Block?
Blanc. Yes, sir.
Are you the owner?
No, I'm her son. I'm with the owner, which is my mother, but she has a language barrier.
Okay, so what's your mother's name?
Lois Blanc.
Okay. And she's next to you, right?
Yes, she's right here next to me.
Okay. I found you guilty back in August of last year and gave you until October the 1st last year to get all your permits necessary to bring your property into compliance. There were issues with the window, the door, bathrooms, all done without permits. Why are we still here? Why have you not gotten the permits?
Okay, so we have a permit, and the permit is for the windows because that was the only thing that was changed. There was nothing else that was changed in the house except the windows. So all windows were changed, and we have the permit, and I have the permit number here for you as well for the windows. As far as doors and the bathroom that we're seeing in these letters, none of that was changed. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause we never changed anything dealing with the bathroom.
Okay. Well, maybe you didn't change it, but somebody else did.
Yeah, none of that was changed in the house. No bathroom, no doors, except the windows. Yeah. Only the windows was changed.
Okay, is that accurate, Mr. Beswick?
Well, after, based on what we initially observed, it seemed that the bathroom was done. They said the bathroom wasn't done. I didn't have access to inside, so the windows was obvious. So I'll stick with the windows. They did apply for the permit for the windows, but the application was denied. So they were supposed to make some correction, but they haven't made the correction yet. So it's still lingering in the system as being denied. The contractor was supposed to make a correction and bring it back. They haven't done so as yet.
We have a permit number here.
Yeah, that's not what he's saying. He's saying you have a permit number, but nothing happened. It was denied. There were certain corrections that the building official said were necessary, and the corrections to the plans were not made.
And when was this?
Mr. Beswick.
Hold on. They was notified back on October 27, 2021.
And they were notified that that the permit plans were not accepted?
Correct.
So they don't have a building permit then?
No, they applied for it, but after the review, it was denied and it was notified on October 27th.
Okay, Mr. Blanc, you don't have a permit.
So there's no permit for the windows?
No.
So the permit was filed, but it got denied?
Correct.
So the number that I'm looking at, the BW0.
That's just a process. That's just a process number.
The process number.
Yeah, that means that you file papers, but that doesn't mean you got a permit.
Wow.
Once you get a permit, they give you a green card.
What's the name of your contractor?
Contractor. Can you give me 1 minute for to call my brother?
Yeah, and in the meantime, while we are waiting, can Mr. Beswick show me the photographs again?
Christoph?
Ele para mim apagou. Hello?
One second, I'm looking at the photographs.
Hold on.
Okay, so it's the windows, right?
Yes.
Do you know the name of the contractor?
Okay, and is there a door as well?
No, I didn't see a door, just the windows.
Name.
Okay, I see a lot of junk around the house. Is there still work ongoing?
The last time I went there, no.
All right, so the only thing we're missing is we don't have a permit for the windows.
That's correct.
You said the permit for the window was denied.
All right.
The permit for the window got denied.
Mr. Blanc, what is your answer with respect to the contractor that is supposedly getting you a building permit?
Okay. Well, sorry about the ministry. When was that? When was that when he said he went back and handled that? When was that? Okay, hold on. So supposedly last week, he went in and to the city and put in he put in a new permit. So he put in an order for a new permit last week.
I'm not seeing that.
Hello? Yeah, they say they're not seeing that. They're not seeing anything dealing with last week that showed up to put in the permit or anything like that.
Special Magistrate?
Yes.
May I recommend we just table the item for 30 days so that they can rectify the issues? Again, we have a pretty heavy agenda. It looks like there is some confusion here.
All right.
It's only windows. I don't think it's a life and safety issue.
Yeah. What I will require the owner to do is immediately get in touch with the building department and clarify what the issue is with the permit, why it was rejected, and ensure that a new set of plans be filed. And if it's not done within 30 days, then it'll come back to me and I will ratify the fines at that time. If there's no activity, if the property owner doesn't address it, we'll...
Special Manager, I'd like to add for the son himself need to come to the office because I think the contractor's telling them things I'm not following through.
Yeah, I understand. This is not, it's very easy for the contractor to blame the city over something. I want the owner to hear exactly what is and what is not happening with the building department, okay? And apparently this contractor is not really being transparent with their client. So I want the owner to meet with Mr. Beswick and go over what needs to be done within the next 30 days. If it's not corrected, I'm going to ratify the fines the next time we talk. Okay? All right. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on.
Okay.
We'll go with item number 2, 3, and 4. That is Officer Barber, property address 127 Apartments LLC. Case number for item number 2 is CEMHS 20210056. For item number 3, case number is CEMHS 20210070. And item number 4, case number CEMHS 20210072. All 3 cases were previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, and fine was set at $500 for each. Oh, no, sorry. For item number 3, fine was set at $1,000, and item number 2, fine was set at $1,000. And I believe we have Leah Okondo for those cases.
Okay, let me make sure that I understand what you just said. Number 2, the fine was set at $1,000. Number 3, the fine was set at $1,000. Number 4, it was $500.
That is correct.
Right. Okay. Who's here on behalf of the owner?
We have Leah Okondo, who signed up for it, as well as Charles Sasher. No, sorry. Give me 1 second. Yes, Charles Sasher.
Charles Asher?
Yes.
And who else?
Leah Okondo.
Okay, I don't see anybody.
Leah, are you there? I'm not getting a response from the registrant. Leah Okondo. Yes. Leah Okondo. Okay, it looks like she just acknowledged. Leah, I need you to accept the invitation to join the meeting, please. Again, for all parties here on behalf of today's magistrate, when your case is called and your name is called, please respond immediately so that we can move forward with the agenda. All right, I'm going to ask that we move past this case. She's responding in the chat. She's texting. She's raising her hand, but she's not promoting herself to a panelist to be heard.
How about the other gentleman, Mr. Charles Asher?
I don't have that person here in the queue.
Okay.
So we'll move forward to the next case.
Looks like she finally accepted.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Leah Ovando.
Okando, yes, sir. Sorry, I was not accepting the right invitation. Sorry.
Okay. What is your association with the property?
I am the general manager.
How long have you been the general manager?
Well, I started with the company since 2010.
Okay. And
Magistrate, before you proceed, let me swear in?
Yes.
Leah, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
How many units are involved here?
How many units we have there? Hold on. Just a second. Sir.
36 in all, right?
Yes.
This is a condo property. There's a condo association, right?
No, sir. No.
Is it a rental?
Yes.
Okay. And who's the owner? 127 Apartments LLC. Who's the principal of that entity?
Mr. Sasher.
Okay. All right. I believe that you were found guilty back in December, and fines were supposed to accrue 5 days thereafter. What's the problem?
Okay. In December 16, 2021, we submitted a permit, an application. It's BBC 2021-169. That application, they removed the one that covers the concrete for the parking lot. And they asked that we submit another application through DERM. Okay? So it was done. We submitted that yesterday, right? The day before. The day before yesterday. The day before yesterday. Now we have with the county an application starting with an M as in Mary, 2022-01-1276. So it was applied for DERM approval. The parking lot, plus also the joint for the buildings where they join together. Those two need to be approved by DERM.
All right, let me stop you there.
Uh-huh.
We're dealing with the first case, which has nothing to do with the parking lot. It's about cracked concrete at stairwell 112, 312, and rails, including 209, 210, 208, 301, and loose railings. All wood attached to railings, risers. You know what? I'm going to have the officer show you the pictures, and then we can discuss each individual item separately. Ms. Barber, can you show us the pictures involved in this violation?
Yes, sir. Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. Some of the items noted in the original violation had been addressed. I know that they are working on the railings. However, as of my final reinspection, these photos that are being shown now on April 8th, I do still see some cracks, some areas that appear to be compromised. And there were no permits. When the inspection was first done last year, some concrete areas had been repaired and there were no permits for that. Again, going back to this, there are still some areas that appear to be compromised, and I haven't seen any permits for the repair to the concrete stairs. They do appear to be working on the railings. Some of the wood was replaced, and I believe that was the second floor where they had some metal railing installed. But the violation is still open until all of the cracks have been repaired with permits in the stairwells.
Okay, Ms. Ovando, you saw those pictures, right?
Yes.
So that has nothing to do with Durham, right?
Well, the cracks, the railings have a separate permit approved, and we requested a first inspection Monday.
It was Tuesday.
We requested it Monday, and they went on Tuesday. We are just checking the result of the first inspection, okay? But that one has a separate approved application, all that is related to the railings.
Why did you wait till yesterday to ask for an inspection?
Why did we wait? It was I called the guy that is installing, and he had not requested it, so he asked me to do it for him. I apologize for that. So we did it for him. We requested the inspection. Okay. But also in December, I went with the building official. We took the letter from the engineer stating that there was the cracks are not compromising the structure at all. I went also with the general contractor. So we went there personally, and the engineer assured that it was not structurally compromising the building. Okay. And we did emergency repairs to the balconies to make sure that all the tenants are safe. So
with
that
permits?
was done.
With permits?
Yeah, we have the permit for the railings, but we did an emergency repair following the engineer instructions while we were waiting for the company. They were building the new railings. Okay, hold on. Me pones nerviosa. Okay, so the emergency repairs were all done following their directions. Okay, and the building official is aware of that. So is
that accurate, Gary or Aaron? What's the status?
When they first appeared, they did have a meeting with me, and I talked to the engineer, and that's when I guess afterwards they enhanced the railings with the wood. But and I followed up with Miss. I'm trying to say the name. I'm sorry.
Leah. You can call me
Leah. I follow up with Leah, and actually I went to the property yesterday because when I previously when I followed up with Leah, she said they were in the process of either fabrication or installation, but because of rain delays or there was some type of delays. But when I went back to the property, I was hoping that the installation of the railings would happen, but I don't know why the long delay in getting started with the railings.
Did you authorize any emergency repairs?
The emergency for in terms of the railings, that they could go ahead and enhance it because it was to stabilize the railings while the final railings would come in place. And also, I believe I mentioned to her any concrete that looks like it will fall to go ahead and kind of chip it out so that way is not overhead falling hazard. And that's kind of where we left it. But I don't know why the long delay in the installation of the railings.
So is it at the moment, what is the most urgent issue that needs to be addressed? The railings?
The railings, yeah. The installation of the railings.
Okay, and is that a life safety issue?
Yes, I mean, because the enhancement is only good for so long, you know. They should go ahead and start installing the railings. And also, I have to, when I last checked with the permit, I don't know, Leah, did you renew the permit? Because I know.
Yes.
Okay.
No, we did. It's already. It has been renewed. Yes, it's current.
Then, yeah, my only issue is the delay in installing those.
I don't know if you noticed, we installed on the second floor, and that's where we requested the inspection. To be honest, I thought it had been already inspected. That's why I called the company, and they told me, no, Leah, we have not. Please request it. So that's why I requested it. I believe it was on Monday. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we just wanted to have any observations as to the inspector, but I can assure you that today we're going to get the results, and if it's okay, we are going to go ahead and move forward. I don't think there been, delay. I don't know why. I'm so sorry for that. But
okay. Let me, Leah and Mr. Building Official, I just want to get something clear. The city was not aware that the new railings had been installed because the property owner had not notified the city to go out and do a final inspection. Am I understanding this right? Leah, are the railings now in place, or you're still waiting?
No, we installed a portion of it to have a first inspection and make sure that it was in compliance. That's what the company told me. Leah, request an inspection to make sure everything is okay to move forward with the rest. That's what they told me.
Okay, to request an inspection of what?
Of that portion that it's already installed.
Mr. Building Official, have you seen whatever is installed?
I did observe yesterday late afternoon. It was a white railing that was done, and I don't know if that was the final railing, but I did observe something that was added. But I didn't have a chance to compare it to the documents for the original permitted documents. It was just a site visit to prepare for today.
So what's the next step, Mr. Building Official? What do they need to do next, and how soon do they need to do it?
Well, the next step, just to make sure an inspection is, if they want to inspect only that segment, that make sure to call in properly for the inspection. Then we can give them a partial, and they can kind of proceed to do the other areas.
We did. That's the inspection that we requested on Monday. I asked our runner to check the results so we can move forward.
Okay.
Well, it's just, it hasn't been moving forward fast enough. And I'm at the point right now where, if I gave you 5 days, it's because the city, I as the special magistrate, felt that there was a big problem. It created a safety hazard, especially with the railings. And I gave you 5 days because I felt that it needed to get done quickly. And it hasn't been done quickly. So, at this point, I'm really struggling with what, what I should do. I don't know what more I can do to get you guys to move quickly. Any recommendations from staff?
Special Magistrate, the city would move that we run the fines.
I'm sorry,
The city would request that you would run the fines.
Okay.
The property owner can mitigate at a later date, but at this time, we would request to go ahead and ratify the fines.
Okay.
Your Honor, please consider there is no safety issue anymore. We did all the emergency repairs. Please, I beg you.
Look, I understand, but that was December. I found you guilty, and I gave you 5 days, and here we are 4 months later, and we're still.
The emergency repairs were done within
but
those 5 days.
not just that. I mean, there were other things. I'm on this particular matter. Well, let me hear what's the issue with the next item, the cracked concrete walls. Were those also fixed?
As of my final recheck date, when I went out there on April 8th, there are still cracks. There are still areas that appear compromised. The areas that were previously patched when the violation was originally opened, the cracks are starting to show back through those repaired areas. And those areas were repaired without permits. And again, the cracks are starting to show through the non-permitted repair areas.
Yeah. And
May I say something, please?
Yes.
Okay. All the cracks that are on the wall, they're not.
I understand they're not structural. I know they're not compromising the building, but they're cracks that need to be fixed.
Okay, but the bigger crack is the one that they join, where the two buildings join together. That's what we submitted because it's part of the plan that were submitted this week to Durham. Okay?
That was submitted to Durham? The cracks on the wall?
No, the joint.
Yeah, the building has they're cracked where the building has cracks where the northernmost part of the building joins that whole section. It's up in the seal in the overhead. But yeah, I do have photos from this case. That would be
show her where the cracks are that that needed to be fixed with permits.
That is for the case number is CEMHS 2021-00070.
Right.
Crystal, there should be some photos of the items I'm referring to. This area here, this April 8th, you can see where they had chipped out and patched an area under one of the balconies. Some cracks overhead, some spalding, and interior in one of the corridors on the. This is an area that was patched previously without permits, and you can see where it's starting to crack again. That's in the ceiling of the building.
There you go.
More patched areas that the cracks are coming back through. And that appears to have a little rust in it, that one. So that's the third floor.
Once they approve the joint, the rest is going to be done at the same time, along with the painting.
But we're far beyond the time that we gave you to do these repairs. It's too late now. Okay? Tell me, Ms. Barber, tell me about the parking areas issue, and I guess this is where Durham is involved, correct?
I believe that's what Ms. Oquendo had stated. That's case number CEMHS 2021-00072. The parking lot and common areas are all concrete. As of the final recheck date, nothing had been done, no permits. This is a portion of one of the common areas, a driveway area. But there are, some root damage and just some, damage from age. But, a lot of these, in my opinion, appear to be, potential trip hazards. And again, as of the final recheck date, there were no permits yet to have anything done with the parking lot. I know they were talking about pulling it up and putting down asphalt, but the violation remains.
Are there people living in the premises?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I've heard enough. I think there's a lot of foot dragging going on. And I think that I'm really at a point right now where I just don't want any more games being played. These violations were clear back in December. We're now way beyond the abatement date. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat all three cases collectively and say that and hold that based on the testimony, the review of the photographs, having listened to the owner and the evidence presented, I find that the property has been out of compliance since back in December 25, 5 days from the finding of guilt. And I find in favor of the city, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $1,000, assess costs in favor of the city, and the fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there's full compliance on three cases. Three cases, they all have to be in compliance, or the fines will, the $1,000 fine per day will continue to accrue. I also authorize the city to file a lien against the property for any and all accumulated fines, costs, and that's it. Tired of waiting. We have to obey the law. And in this case, I've been more than lenient, and the city has been more than lenient. Building official has gone out there, waiting until the last minute to file papers when they should have been done 4 months ago is not acceptable. So that's my ruling. Let's move on to the next case.
Magistrate Leah also has 3 additional cases for another property. That is item number 23 through 25. Item number 23 is CoinCo Investment, Inc., case number CMHS 2021-0062. This case was found guilty and with an abatement date of March 4th. Fine was set at $750. Item number 24, case number is CEMHS 2021-0065, was found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th. Fine set at $750. And item number 25 is CEMHS 2021-0069, found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, and fine was set at $750.
Leah, what's your relationship to these 3 properties?
The same, Your Honor.
You are the manager?
Yes.
Okay. Let me hear from the code officer regarding case 23. Need a permit to sod the damaged swale area.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. As already stated, this is a case that was heard late last year. Adjudication was already given. It was found guilty as of my last inspection on the 8th of April, the violation still remains. As the director may be pulling up, you'll see they continue to have individuals parking on the front swale of the area of the property, whereas it has severely damaged the swale area. In short, that area needs to be resodded with some type of greenery, and the residents, visitors, whomever needs to stop parking there.
Is there a no parking sign there for people to know they're not supposed to park?
No, there's not one posted that I saw.
So how are people supposed to know they can't park there?
Well, even whether they park there or not, it's severely damaged and it needs to be sodded regardless. But
well, I think if I may, I believe the city does permit the parking. The issue, though, is that they're required to maintain it. So upon, damage occurring as a result of the parking, it's the property owner's responsibility to repair the swale if they intend to continue to use it for parking.
Yeah, and does the swale have to be greenery, or can it be?
If they decide to plant anything beyond placing grass, they would need to obtain appropriate permits from zoning to do any other type of planting. Planting would prohibit the parking, and it appears as though they need it for parking purposes. But that is an option if they want to plant, but they would need to get permits for that.
What if they decide to asphalt?
They could do that as well, but they would also need to obtain permits for that.
Right. And so it's really more like the condition that the premises are in, more so than
it's the maintenance of the swale. Correct.
They're not maintaining the swale properly.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Leah, what about that? You were supposed to abate it by March the 4th. We're a month and a half past. You were, a fine was set for $750. What's the problem?
In this case, I went to the community center personally, and the person that is in charge, they only go once a week. This person sent the application, but the asphalt was, I believe, it was not allowed. I'm going to confirm, but they wanted us to do the greenery, not the asphalt.
Okay, so why did you do the greenery?
We did not complete the permit application on time. I apologize for that.
All right. We're going to hear the other violations in a second. Let's see. The other violations have to do with stairs and railings. Cracks, damaged railings, the stairs with treads and risers. Let me hear that case.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. Again, as of April 8th, the violation still remains. Throughout the building and around the stair area, there are numerous cracks that needs to be repaired. Again, this case was already heard late last year, gave an extension or a compliance date of March 4th as of my last reinspection. Minor repairs seem to have been made, but nothing with permits and nothing major that would really suffice for compliance.
Yeah, let me see those pictures again. Is that a column?
Yes, it's a column to the stairways. The very, as you starting to enter the stairway. Yes.
Okay. What else you want to show me?
Those are cracks along the columns. That's along the stairways as well.
Okay. And what's the problem with the steps?
They need to be, the code states whereas if you have threads and risers, they need to be in good, proper condition. So they need to repair and replace any lifting threads along the stairways.
All right. And on case 25, exposed rebars, cracks, paint, exterior walls.
That's for case CEMHA 2021-0069. Again, it's very similar to the previous case, but this one is for the overall building. Is cracks throughout the entire building. Needs to be, seems to be maybe restucco, seems to be needs repainting throughout the entire building.
Okay. Have you been in touch with the property owner or the property owner's representative to explain what needs to be done?
No, this is my first time meeting with her or seeing her at all. I haven't had any contact with this owner or agent.
Magistrate, if I may.
Yes.
This was one of my old cases, and yes, I've been in contact with Ms. Leah. Also walk her through the process of when the annual housing inspection was done. She complied with majority of the cases, but those 3 cases weren't in compliance.
Okay. I want to hear from the owner. One last opportunity to be heard on any one of those 3 cases, ma'am. How do you respond to what the city has just put forward?
Oh, Your Honor, we have a letter from the engineer dated March 22nd. And it was sent to the new inspector because she's new to the case. And all the repairs were minor, same situation. There's no structural risk or any life and safety threat to the occupants. And we didn't pull a permit, but the architect who did the drawing for the other cases, he stated, Leah, these cracks, the only thing that you can do is call for an inspection, but they don't require a permit. They're minor repairs.
Mr. Building Official, what do you say about that?
Yesterday, late evening, I visited the property. Also, I tried to reach out to Miss Acondo several times. I don't know if I called her at the 305-834-1057 because I wanted to get her take on the, as I was walking through. The main concern that I see, and I'm going to follow up with a letter separately to her so she can have her engineer address it. Those steel columns, there was some areas I observed that had some corrosion at those steel columns. They're supporting the stair beams above. So there would need to be repairs made on that. And also some of the concrete balusters, I saw some cracks, but it's, it felt stable. And also I saw some retrofit attachments to those concrete railings. So I'm going to address that separately with her so that way the engineer could basically provide a repair and either, provide a proper coating for those steel columns to ensure that they won't, the strength won't be compromised with the corrosion. So,
all right, let me clarify something. The property owner says they're minor repairs that don't require a building permit. You saw the cracks, you saw the column, you saw the steps, and the stucco. Are these considered minor repairs that don't need a permit, or they do need a permit?
The columns, I would recommend a permit because I want to the engineer's feedback on whether there was one that I saw the base it seemed to have a lot of corrosion. So whether that column is stable or if they need to enhance it. So that one I would require a permit in any concrete balusters that are cracked, definitely would need a permit. Now, minor hairline cracks, she can take care of it with, in terms of when they're doing the painting. And I believe that because it's a commercial property, it would need a permit for the painting of that. So those in all cases would need a permit for the proper repair.
Okay, because of the confusion and the lateness and some of the concerns about that column, are you going to stay, in touch with the engineer, the owner, make sure that everything is being done properly?
I'm gonna follow up a letter from my office and to give her a certain date to comply, and if it's, and I'll coordinate with Crystal as well. That could be. I'm gonna start running fines on all three violations, and I'll treat them collectively because they're related, and I'd rather not, issue separate violations. It'll just be one violation, and until the building official and the code officer are both satisfied that the violations have been cured, the fines will continue. I'm not out there looking at the properties. I'm going to rely on staff to determine when everything has been approved by the city, and the fines will run until that date happens. So, Ms. Ovando, I thought you had your hand raised. You want to say anything?
No, I did not. I'm sorry. That was maybe by accident.
Okay. So as to the three cases collectively, based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the building official, and the photographs that I've reviewed, along with all the evidence, I find that the property has been out of compliance since March 4th, 2022. I fine in favor of the city and ratify the fines accrued to date.
Your Honor.
I'm in the middle of sending, entering my order. Please don't interrupt me. And the fines will continue to accrue in the amount of $750, as found in the original order, until there is full compliance, as the city determines to be the case. So now, if I've already ruled, I'm not going to change my mind, but I'm happy to hear you.
I was just going to ask you to give us at least 30 more days, please.
I'm done. I've already ruled. You had plenty of time. And the orders have to mean something. If people just, decide that they want to do it at their leisure, that's not acceptable to me. So, you need to work with the building official and the code officer to get the work done in time so that you don't have to get fined. Now, you have been fined. After the work gets done and you get all the permits, all the inspections done, and everything's been corrected, then you have the right to go to the city manager or the finance director and plead your case and ask for mitigation of the fines. I will not mitigate your fines. I'm not allowed to. But the faster you do it, the faster you comply, the better your chances of going to the city staff and getting the fine reduced. But I have no authority to mitigate the fine. The fine is as I imposed it. And, my suggestion is get it done as quickly as possible. And there may be some mitigation after you're done. And if you have a question about how mitigation works, you can speak to the code folks or the finance director, or the city manager. I don't know who handles it. Crystal, who handles that?
Finance department.
Okay, so after you're done with all the work and everything has been completed to the satisfaction of the city, you go to the finance department and you work out some kind of payment schedule, or maybe, some mitigation of the fine or some other issue that you want to work with them on. But my ruling stands. Let's move on.
The next case is item number 9 through 10. It is case number property owner 995 Northeast 135th Street, Partners LLC, case number CEFLR 20210076. Case was found guilty with an abatement date of February 4th, 2022, fine set at $150. Officer Shannon Sanders. And item number 10, case number CEZCU 2021000123, found guilty with an abatement date of February 4th, 2022, and fine was set at $150. And we have Carlo De Castro here on behalf of this case.
Okay.
Carlos, if you can just accept the invitation to join the meeting.
Hello.
Okay, Carlos De Castro. Okay, you were found guilty back in November of 21 for not having a business tax receipt or a certificate of use for a barbershop.
Yes.
What's the delay?
The delay is that I've been there a couple times, but the guy I speak to, he's asking me for other documents that never require me to renew my business tax receipt or my certificate of use. So every time I go down there, he's asking me for my employer's business tax receipt. He's asking me for my employer license. And I'm trying to communicate to him that it's only my renewal of my business tax receipt. It's not that I haven't been wanting to do it. I go over there and they're asking me for extra documentation. So it's like, I don't know what to do.
Ms. Sanders, please explain why there's a violation.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. There's a violation for the business because at this time, per looking in the system, they do not have a certificate of use and a business tax receipt on file with the city. I'm not aware of any conversation that he's had with the Community Planning and Development Office. I can quickly give them a call and possibly get them to log back on. But, as of my last reinspection, they don't have a business tax receipt or certificate of use on file, or even to show that they've even applied for it.
Yeah, Carlos, before you speak, I just want to clarify something. Have they had it in the past?
No. At a barbershop.
Carlos, 1 second. Time out. Shanna.
I'm quickly looking from what I'm showing here. I did not see a certificate of use, but I want to make sure that before I give the correct testimony, I don't show anything in file. Nothing for. No, I don't see anything for King's Barbershop, even on file being submitted at all.
I do have one at the moment. It just expired. I had my certificate of use and I got my business tax receipt. Last time I went, he told me I haven't done it for the last 2 years. When I went, he asked me for a $700 payment, but he said he won't be able to issue it to me because he said I needed extra documentation. He was giving me a whole application. I'm like, why are you giving me another application when I already gave submit everything and I got everything. I just need a renewal of my business tax. You see how you're telling me. I had a barbershop since 2003 and they never asked me for this. This is my second barbershop in the city. And he was asking me for state issue documents and I'm like, whoa, and I never have to submit these to get one in the past.
Do you have a copy of your last business tax receipt?
I didn't send it in. Do you want me to flag it?
I'd like you to send it to the code officer.
Yes, if you can, you can send it to me. If you can't, you can either send it to me or quickly text it to me. Let me see what you're looking at, because it may be a county or Dade County certificate that he might be referring to. But let me see what he's referring to. And at that time, if we want,
it is the city's business tax receipt. Give me a minute. If I could just. Can you put a phone number in the chat so I could copy and paste it and send it to?
Sure.
Well, let's not delay the the hearing any more than we have to. Can we put aside this case for a while and move on to the next one, and then the code officer and Carlos can work it out and see if he has it, doesn't have it, what he needs to do. I guess there's a lot of confusion as to what he needs to do. Maybe we can.
I'm okay with that, magistrate. Let's just do it if we can, just for 30 days, a small extension.
All right. So you figure out what his problem is. If it's a matter of showing documents for the barbershop, you can either work it out or bring it back to me at the next meeting.
Okay.
It shouldn't be that difficult to get a business tax receipt. It's just paying money.
I know, that's what I'm trying to tell the guy at the city hall, but he's giving me the runaround.
Well, the problem may be not the building tax receipt, the business tax receipt. The problem may be the certificate of use. That is usually a problem because it involves the zoning department.
And I mean, if I can just add, I mean, this case has been going on since August of 21. The code officer can confirm, but if I can recall correctly, I don't believe they're registered with the state. Is that correct? And if that's the case, then they're never going to receive their city license. Shanna, can you confirm that they're registered with Sunbiz?
I did show them in Sunbiz, but it showed as inactive. So,
okay, so we're clear on where things stand on our end. This is, they've already been found guilty. If you, I kind of think.
Are you saying that because they're an inactive corporation, they're not able to get a business tax receipt or a certificate of use?
Well, that certainly plays a part in their ability to obtain their local licensure. Now, whether or not they've ever been in possession of a certificate of use, he can, work on trying to prove that. But in terms of where the city stands, that we have nothing on file. So if the state, if he's in default with the state, he's not going to be current with the city.
All right. He could also be doing business as a fictitious name, King's Barbershop, which would be a county, I suppose, issue.
Well, I mean, he shows with the state as inactive since 2017.
Okay.
That's correct.
I mean, I don't know. Let me see.
And magistrate, that could possibly be the other documents that
isn't the document you're asking for, because I already have it here. I just don't have the number to send it to.
And is he showing, if I'm looking correctly, as they're stating, this is from 2017. So really, aside from this past fiscal year, he's going to be, overdue for the 3 years, which would need to be paid in or renewed.
I mean, I went in there and was trying to pay it, but like how I told you, like I was not, the guy didn't want to, he was asking me for other documents. So that's what I'm telling you. I went in there and I spoke to the Hispanic guy, and he was asking me for other documentation. So I didn't know what to do at that point, because at that point I didn't have the documents he was asking me for. So I mean,
when was that? When did you speak to this person?
I would say probably like a month ago, 2 months ago, when I started receiving the court hearings.
So, Special Magistrate, if I can, and thank you, Director Patterson, for kind of jumping in. I would like to go ahead and, ratify this fine, only because what he's showing me is from 2017, and if we're showing a county license that shows as an active since 2017. He has been already heard back in November. He was given an extension date and a compliance date that was in February. As of today, still nothing has happened except conversation. So if we can, I
never been down there and spoken to nobody. I've spoken to the guy at the city, at the zoning building, but like if he's asking me for stuff, like I can't give him. Like I never had a gift before. Like why?
All right. I'm done. Okay. I'm gonna rule already, and let's first. Let's start with the business. Can you silence him, please? Okay, thank you. As to case number 9, which is 2021-00076 business tax receipt, based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented, providing that or showing that there is no compliance, that the business was found guilty on November 19, 2021, and there was an abatement date of February 4th with a fine set at $150. I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. And as to the case number 10, 2021-00123, which deals with the certificate of use, similarly, I find that the city has shown sufficient evidence to indicate that the business is out of compliance since the abatement date of February 4th, 2022. I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date, and the fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Again, the fine was set at $150 on each case. The city is authorized to file whatever lien or other documents are necessary, and I assess costs in favor of the city. So we're done on this case. Let's move on to the next one.
Item number 11, we have Alex Mizrahi, Zona?
Mizrahi.
Mizrahi, sorry.
Mizrahi.
Case number CEBPR 2022000344. Officer Jose Perez.
Anybody here, Mr. Mizrahi? Anybody here on behalf of the owner?
Yes, Mr. Mizrahi is here. I also, well, yes.
Good morning. Hello, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mizrahi. I see a Martin Littman. Are you an attorney, sir?
No, he's my architect.
He's your architect. Okay.
All right, can you please raise your right hand, both of you guys?
Both of you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, I do. All right. Are you aware, Mr. Mizrahi, of what the violation is about?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. Apparently, you constructed a gazebo. As I recall, looking at the file, some beautiful pictures of a beautiful home. Congratulations. But I want to hear from the code officer and have her explain to all of us what the violation is about.
Sure.
Correction.
Mr. Perez.
Today we're hearing the case for the property at 12615 Cypress Road. This case in regards to a gazebo was built without a permit on file. This is the first time this property is going to be heard, and the property owner has applied for a permit. They applied for a permit back in March 21st, 2022. However, the permit was denied for reasons of structural not passing, and the applicant was notified of denial on April 11th, 2022.
Why was the permit denied?
Based off the notes, it was just the plans that were routed to the structural were denied. So it had to do with something with structural.
All right, can you show me the pictures of the gazebo? Mr. Mizrahi, I'll be with you in a minute. Be patient. I'll call on you when we're done.
I'm having a delay, magistrate. If you want to hear the testimony in the meantime, I'm
okay. All right, Mr. Mizrahi, do you dispute what the officer just said, that you did apply, but for some reason having to do with structure, the building department denied the application? The architect is here, either one of you. Can you enlighten me on what the problem was with the building department?
Sure. Your Honor, we applied. We presented the after the fact permit on time. I spoke several times with Mr. Jose Perez, and we filed it as he says on March 21. Then in that permit was filed. We then get a subcontractor to adapt the gazebo to remove the things that were not complying with code, and we were waiting for reinspection on April 8th. Nobody showed for reinspection, but nonetheless, we keep checking on the site, on the city, and that's correct. Building has a note disapproving, but there's a lot of spaces of the other departments. Some of them, there's Martin can help me with that, but some of them approved, and some of them have not manifest their comments on the site, and I have not been notified about the disapproval on the permit, Your Honor. That's okay. That's like
let me get some background here. When was the gazebo originally constructed?
That's another point, and that's the reason of why we're here, because I recently remodeled my house, and I get a permit for everything. I put a new seawall, I put new structure, I put everything with a permit. We had, Your Honor, a gazebo in the previous property. I sent pictures of it as an evidence on the date I had. It was a very unstable and dangerous gazebo that was in the house when I bought it. And the reason of why I didn't ask for a permit is because my understanding of things is that if it was kind of Godfather and I'm putting a completely safe structure where the other one was, I don't. If you can have some of the stuff put up, the pictures that I sent from back then in 2019, the survey when I bought the house will show you that there was a gazebo built which was in a very poor condition, Your Honor. Then we built this one, which is new, and it's built on a foundation, and then we start with this. I was a little bit surprised, but I follow with what the city was notifying me, and I had already engineering plans redone, and I'm following the process.
When you bought the property and you noticed the gazebo was not in good shape, did you ever determine whether the gazebo was ever built with permits?
Yeah, we don't know, Your Honor. Me and Martin tried to get some information on that, but I bought a house that was built on 1950, 58, something like that. We don't know if that was within code back then. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you bought the house, you saw that there was a problem with the gazebo, and you did some work.
Yes.
Okay, and that's why the city now is telling you that work that you did needed to have a permit. So you understand that, and you've hired an architect, Mr. Littman, who has filed for the plans for the permit, but the permit application is still in limbo, and we don't really understand why it's in limbo. Is that basically where we are today? Mr. Littman, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I don't know if maybe the people at the city can tell us if it's in limbo. I just think it's going through the review process. As Mr. Perez mentioned, structural has reviewed and has a minor comment. The rest of the departments have not reviewed yet. So we don't consider this to be disapproved. We just consider that it's in the process of being reviewed. If my understanding is correct, and Mr. Perez can confirm, but he mentioned that it wasn't approved. As we understand it, it's in the process of being reviewed.
Okay, Mr. Perez, how much time do you think they'll need in order to get their building permit?
Be something that the building official could chime in on. I don't know what the turnaround times are for that.
Okay, the building official, have you looked at, Mr. Building Official, have you looked at the file to see where this stands?
No, I was gonna get the permit number, so that permit application number, so that way we could have someone on here so we can.
If I may, Special Magistrate, can we just adjudicate and give them 60 days and see where we are?
That's what I was about to do. Asking the building official first if 60 days was a reasonable period of time within which we can get the building permit issued.
Yeah, that should be enough time, and I'll put my email again on the chat so that way he can get directly in contact with me and we can.
Okay, because we're dealing with a gazebo. We're not dealing with a big high rise. Okay?
No, 60 days is fine.
All right. So based on the testimony of the city's co-compliance officer, the building official, photographs that I've reviewed, and the evidence presented, depicting that the violation still exists. Proper notice has been given. The owner is present. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. Okay. During that 60-day period, no fine will accrue. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. Okay. So if you do everything within 60 days, we're done. If after 60 days, you don't get the work done, you don't get your permit, you don't get your final CO, then we're gonna start assessing a daily fine of $300. That if you run into a problem, you can come back and try to persuade me not to impose fines. But right now, you're on the clock. After 60 days, the fines start accruing. Mr. Littman, you had your hand up. Mr. Mizrahi, you had your hand up. One last word.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to we understand 60 days. What I'm concerned about is this is something time is going by, and there's really nothing that we can do until the permit is issued. Once the permit is issued, then we can do the inspections. The structure is built, so I assume that once the permit is issued, inspections, and then we can close. But I just want to make sure that we all understand that the 60 days, and we're appreciative of that. But we hope that the permits gets issued and gives us enough time later to deal with the inspection.
You have the unusual situation that you have the building official right here on the Zoom, and he's already posted his email address, his telephone number. And I'm sure that he will work with you, and all of you will be diligent to get the work done. If you're a week late because of some unusual problem that the building official is on vacation or something, the inspection can't be done on time, come back and talk to me. But right now we're shooting at 60 days. And if you run into a problem, there's an excellent building official that can help you through the process. Okay. Thank you very much. Next case.
Thank you, sir.
Next item is item number 12 through 14. We do have a Robert Alman here on behalf of the 3 cases. We have Angelo Napolitano Trust, case number CEFOB 2021-0035. And for item number 13, CEZCU 2021-00174. And item number 14, CEZCU 2021-00175. And Officer Perez is the officer.
All right. Robert Ullman, representing the owner.
Again, if your case is called and you're not readily available, we're going to go to the next case. So for those of you that are listening, please acknowledge your cases. Robert Ullman, again, your case is called. Are you available? All right, at this time, I'm not getting a response from Robert Ullman.
We'll move forward with item number 18 through 20. Bonnie Lopez. This is a new case, magistrate. Item number 18, case number is CEZCU DSP 2021-0004, item number 19, CEEXP 2021-0009, and item number 20, CEPFY 2021-0092. And Officer Aaron Barber is on the case.
Bonnie, please accept the invitation to join the meeting.
Bonnie Lopez.
And we also have Nikita Shannon.
Here on behalf of this case?
Yes.
Nikita, please accept the invitation to join the meeting.
All right.
If you all would enable your video and audio, please.
Bonnie Lopez, you got to click on the video icon. There's Bonnie Lopez.
Nikita, can you enable your audio and video, please? Okay, you guys are on one device.
Okay. We still can't hear you.
She needs to be on mute.
On mute. Okay. You hear us now? Can you hear us? Okay, yeah, we're actually in the car. I'm Nikita Shannon. So I'm going to mute my laptop, but you'll be able to see me from my laptop.
Whatever you guys want to do is fine, but if we can go ahead and get you sworn in, that'd be great.
Yeah, and make sure that you're not driving while you're giving testimony.
Sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Can both of you guys please raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do. I do.
All right. So who owns this property?
Bonnie Lopez.
And Nikita, what's your relationship to the property?
Okay, I'm the general contractor for Miss Bonnie Lopez.
Okay, you're a licensed general contractor in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, are you aware of the nature of the violations?
Yes.
Do you contest the violations?
No.
Are you in agreement that there are violations, or do you want to challenge the violations?
Okay. I'm if you don't mind, I'll chime in. I just came into agreement with Miss Bonnie over the past week, and she's not contesting the violations. However, we wanted to update you the two violations concerning, I think, the grass and the car. Firstly, the car, they're going to relocate that to the concrete area. So that will be satisfied. Is it today?
Yes, and they're going to get it licensed.
And then they're going to get it licensed. The grass, her nephew cut the grass previously. I think she said that maybe the code officer has verified that, and they will continuously do a routine cut on that the lawn.
Okay, so we're making some progress. Now, there are three cases. I want to deal with each one of them separately. Okay. I believe the landscaping and the property maintenance is the first case, number 18. And that's, what's the number on that case, Ms. Barber?
That Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. That is item number 18. Case is CEDSP 2021-00004. Depreciation of surrounding properties. It refers the grass is typically cut and maintained at the property. However, the conditions of the area where the vehicles are parked, there's one vehicle that had been stationary, which is this is a separate case for that.
Yeah, that's, that's number 20.
Yes, sir. But it's just the general conditions of the property. The building, which is going to be a separate case itself. The 1631 building. There are items stacked up around the back. Just the overall maintenance of the two properties as one is what was addressed in this case here.
Okay, show everyone the pictures of the property. Is those window shutters, are they allowed? Are they
at the initially? Well, the photos that are being shown now are from April 8th, from my final reinspection date. The shutters initially were closed in the rear building. There are two buildings. 1631 is the building that sits right on Northwest 125th Street, and 1629 sits in the back. The shutters were closed. We had them open them up. So they've been reopened. But as you can see in this last photo here, the one vehicle had been in that same position for months. There's another vehicle that parks there. It's all dirt. There's only one small section of concrete, and that's on the side of the 1631 building at the front. Just the overall appearance of the whole lot is.
Yeah. Aside from the fact that the car is parked in the grassy area, I saw that the driveway, the area that is supposed to be paved, is not being maintained. The walls are awful looking. I'm not sure, and I want to hear from the contractor. I'm not sure that this property, at least one of the buildings, can be rehabilitated. I mean, it looks like a knockdown to me. What is the general contractor going to say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, I've had the discussion with her to propose demolition. However, at the same time,
You're muted.
Architectural wants to propose a new home there as well. But I guess to satisfy the code violation, we would definitely need to submit the demolition permit as soon as possible. But a question that she does have, because she has occupants in, I think, the rear property, and she has to allow them time to relocate. So the question is, if we start the process of submitting the demolition application, how much time would you allow the existing residents for her to, I guess, notify the existing residents so they can find somewhere to relocate?
Well, let me say this. If the goal is to rehabilitate and comply with the the violations, the code, to get the building back into compliance, I would give you a reasonable period of time to do that. I'm skeptical that can be done at all, based on what I saw, because it's going to cost you a lot more to fix these things than the property is worth. And I think that we're getting to a point right now where the building official can weigh in on it, but we're almost dealing with an unsafe structure based on what I saw. What do you think, Mark?
Yes, I visited the property yesterday late afternoon. The one 1631. I'm not sure if someone living in that property, Ms. Lopez.
No.
Okay, so I mean, I can placard it unsafe and not to be inhabitable, but yeah, the roof was warped, so it seemed to be a wood frame with stucco stucco finish. So it looked like there's some kind of deteriorated wood frame in there. So I would placard it unsafe and
yeah, I don't see how that can ever. I don't see how they can ever be in a position where they can make that building comply. It looks, like I said earlier, it looks like a knockdown. What about the other building? Is that in better shape?
Actually, when I came there, I tried to, I guess, go over to Miss Lopez's house, but no one was home, so I didn't want to enter the property. But I kind of saw it at a distance. The property at the back looks in a better shape, but that was from a distance. So, but definitely the one in the front was of concern to me. Okay.
Well, you exercise your discretion as to what you feel would be in the public interest. With respect to everything else regarding the lawn, the car, whatever else needs to be repaired outside of the building that probably will be condemned, I'm going to give you 60 days to fix all of that. And I'm going to give you 60 days, and if you don't, then the fines will be at $300 for every day that they're out of compliance. So my ruling will be that based on the testimony of both the city code compliance officer and the building official, along with the photographs and the evidence presented, I find that the violations as to each one of the cases still exist, and proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. And that will apply to each of these 3 cases separately. In other words, there's some that apply to the building that is probably going to be condemned, and then you got the other building has 2 separate set of violations, so it'll be $300 per day for each violation. Is that clear? Yes.
Okay. For the 2 violations for the landscaping and the driveway, because she is trying to comply with that or immediately, so that would still remain open?
As soon as you finish complying, you call the code officer. She'll go out there, or he will go out there, sign off, do an inspection, and if everything is fine, the case is over. The case will be closed. That's how it works.
Okay, she has a question.
When we saying demolition, how long does it take me? I only have 60 days to condemn the building?
I'm giving you 60 days to either fix what needs to be fixed, which is highly unlikely. You're probably not going to be able to get it done, or get a demolition permit.
Yes.
Yeah. Because when you get a demolition permit, you just have to knock it down right away, right? I mean, because what I'm saying is that I'm by myself. I'm retired, and I know it's money costing to do these things. So how long do I have after that to get the monies to tear it down? Because
once you get your demolition permit, the next step is to hire a demolition contractor. Okay. If it's a matter of a week or 10 days to hire somebody, get some bids, get some quotes, you'll be fine. All right. But you can't sit on the demolition permit forever.
No, I know.
So, come 60 days from now, if you have a demolition permit and you haven't gotten around to getting a demolition contractor, I'm going to impose fines on you. Okay. If you run into a problem and you can't get a demolition contractor to go out there and do it for whatever reason, then, if you show me good cause, I may help you out.
Okay.
We're trying to be reasonable given the circumstances that we have, but we don't want people sitting around and waiting forever until the last minute to get a demolition contractor to get the property demolished.
No,
especially if the building official has already condemned it.
Okay, I thank you. But it's just I'm just by myself. Everybody's gone. My mom, my brother, and everybody that was helping me with this property. I got the property when my mom passed away, so it was her property. It was her problem, and my brother and myself was helping her. But now it's just me, and my health issues are horrible. I mean, I'm surgery, but I am trying to comply with everything that they are putting on me. I live right across the street, and I am trying to comply with everything that's happening with me.
All right. We're all trying to act in good faith, and we're human beings. We're mindful of everybody's personal issues. If you run into a problem, you come back to me, and I'll try to help you out. But I've got to do what the code requires me to do, and that is to find you guilty and give you a reasonable period of time to act, and that period is 60 days. So, 60 days from now, if you have a health problem or you can't get somebody to do it, I'll take that into consideration and I may extend it. But we're shooting for 60 days right now.
Okay, so how do I get a hold of you if I run into a problem?
No, you get a hold of the building official, or you get a hold of the code officer who's on this case. The building official's email and phone number are on this website.
Okay. I saved it. I have it. Okay.
Okay, excellent. All right, next case.
Robert Alman, I see you have your hand raised. Are you ready for your case to be heard?
He can't respond, Pat. You just call the case, please.
It is item number 12 through item number 14. It's Angelo Napolitano Trust, case number CEFOB 2021-0035. Item number 13, case number is CEZCU 2021-00174. And item number 14 is CEZCU 2021-00175.
Mr. Allman.
All right, I see Mr. Robert Allman. I'm not sure that I've seen you before. Were you previously before me on another matter?
No.
Okay. What is your relationship with Angelo Napolitano Trust?
He's my landlord.
He's your landlord, and so you're a tenant. What kind of business do you run?
Tax and accounting.
You're an accountant?
Tax accountant, yes.
Okay.
Magistrate, before you go forward, let me go ahead and swear him in?
Yes.
Robert Alman, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
All right. Mr. Ullman, you run a business by the name of Professional Public Accountants, LLC?
Yes.
And are you the manager of that LLC?
I own it.
You own the company?
Yes.
All right. And you're here because the city is telling me that you don't have a business tax receipt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why not?
I'm going to try to make this long story very short.
Please.
We've been here functioning as an accounting firm since 1983. And then we filed as a corporation called Accounting, Bookkeeping, and Consulting Discounted, Inc. and kept it that way. And in 2005, we converted the Accounting, Bookkeeping, and Consulting, Inc. to Professional Public Accountants, LLC. the problem I'm having is I'm trying to eliminate the ABCD accounting, the accounting, bookkeeping, and consulting discounted, so that my tax my tax license, the tax license, will come under professional public accountants. The county has been able to do that, but I cannot see that yet with North Miami. And I would like nothing more than to get my CO under professional public accountants. And
sir, let me interrupt you. We're not talking about a CO. We're talking about a business tax receipt that you need to have if you're going to operate as an LLC. You told me earlier that you used to operate under a different entity, either a corporation or a different name. Once you convert your business into an LLC, you need a business tax receipt, and it doesn't matter that you were there since 1983. So why can you just go to City Hall and pay the tax for the newly formed LLC?
I have a series of documents that I sent to the planning department, because that's what I thought I needed to do, get a certificate of use. And I didn't know that I could just go and get my business tax receipt.
Well, nobody's talking about a certificate of use. The certificate of use issue is a different business. First American Global Investigative Services, which is the next case. Let me stop you there, and let me have the code officer, Officer Perez, tell me what the problem is. It seems like it's something that should be resolved in a half a minute.
I agree.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 1821 Northeast 146th Street. This is 3 separate cases for 3 violations. Specifically, Professional Public Accountants LLC has 2 violations, one for the business tax receipt and one for the certificate of usage. Additionally, there's one business also running out of 1821 Northeast 146th Street under the name of First American Global Investigative Services LLC. Does not have a certificate of usage, which is also required to obtain the certificate of usage. These violations were forwarded over to our department from the Community Planning and Development Department, which oversees the certificate of usage, and the Finance Department, which is overseeing the business tax receipts. So they forwarded these to our office, indicating that they are not in compliance, which in their return was these cases were generated. At this point in time, my final recheck on April 8th, I believe the recheck date was, they have not obtained nor applied for the certificate of usage or business tax receipt, which is why the cases were filed now for the hearing.
Okay, I understand. So we've got 3 violations. 2 of the violations involve Mr. Ullman, because he's the one that's running the tax service, and he needs a business tax receipt and a certificate of use. Okay, it's probably the certificate of use that is giving him a problem. Mr. Ullman, what's with the certificate of use? How come you can't get it from the planning department?
I think it's because Durham got involved, I believe. And I don't understand why, as a business renting offices in a building, has to have Durham.
Do you know, Officer Perez, if Durham is involved?
In regards to the specific excuse me, in regards to the specifics that are requested by the Community Planning and Development Department for the CU and BTR, I do not have those details. However, I do not have any objections to granting them more time in order to come to compliance.
Yeah, I think that the gentleman seems to be at a loss as to why he's having difficulty getting his CU. The business tax receipt should not be an issue, but you're not going to get one until you have a CU. So maybe what you need to do, Mr. Ullman, is you need to meet with the planning officials to see what the holdup is. Durham may or may not have something to say depending upon water usage, sewage issues. They get involved in all kinds of things. So if it's Durham, you need to deal with them. If it's the city denying you the right to have that particular use there, which I don't think will be the case, then you need to know so that you can cure the violations. I'm going to give you 60 days to figure all this out. There are two different things you need to do. You need the certificate of use, because that's the one that's giving you a problem, I think. And then after you have the certificate of use, you need to go to the finance department and pay for a business tax receipt under your new name, because if you change your name from A to B, you're going to need a separate license for the new business. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. And now that tax season is over, you're going to have some extra time to figure this all out. All right. So the only one that we haven't dealt with is the investigative services, which I don't believe Mr. Ullman has anything to do with. Do you, Mr. Ullman?
I do. I own the company which we formed, and actually, I think I got a certificate of use, I believe. The problem was the manager who was going to run the company quit. I didn't have a manager, couldn't find a manager, and I don't know anything about the business myself. And so I just didn't do anything and would shut it down. There was no activity. There were no sales. There was nothing.
So if you dissolve the business, you would need to go to the community planning development, let them know that the business is no longer being active. You also need to take down the business license from the state. So that needs to now become an inactive license. And you also need to notify the finance department to let them know that that business is no longer active so that these violations can be cured.
And if you have a sign outside that says First American Global Investigative Services, any signage would have to be removed.
I don't have any signage.
Okay, so if you close down the business, then you don't need any of these things. The moment you start operating out of that space, whatever you do there, you're going to have to come back and get a business tax receipt, whether it's an investigative service or accounting or a lawyer or whatever. But for now, I'm going to give you 60 days to sort out all of these issues with Mr. Perez and the planning department, so that hopefully by the end of the 60 days, everything would have been taken care of, including the Durham issue, which, if it's just a bathroom, shouldn't be a big deal. As long as there's capacity and you're not dumping some toxic materials into your toilet, I think you'll be fine. Anyway, based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, both as to the certificate of occupancy and not the certificate of occupancy, the business tax receipt and the certificate of use. As to each one of those cases, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violations are abated, as to each one of those two cases. the one with the that's out of business, I'm going to table that, and we'll talk about that if it is not resolved to the city's satisfaction. You can bring that back to me I will consider that case essentially dismissed, subject to demonstrating that there is no activity going on in that space. Okay. If there is activity going on in that space where the investigative services were, or if it shows in the tax records or the state that business is still in operation, then you will be cited and I'll rehear that case. But based on your representations that the business is defunct, I will dismiss the violation.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Magistrate, we'll proceed with item number 21.
Special magistrate.
Yes.
Information purpose. Before you can get a business tax receipt, you need a CU first for all of them.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, for Durham, almost every business need to go to Durham. The only exception would be like a home occupant business or like less than 4 unit multifamily, but almost every business have to go to Durham.
That's what I thought.
Yes, okay.
And that's because the water usage issues.
Yeah, they need to keep track of everything that's going on.
Water and sewer.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Item number 21, Boss C. Cots Enterprise Corp. Case number CEZPU 20210052. We do have a Sarah Jean here on behalf of this case. And this is for Officer Aaron Barber.
All right, Sarah Jean, if you would join us.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're here on behalf of the owner?
Yes, I'm one of the owner.
You're one of the owners. That's how do you pronounce the name of the company?
Pussycats.
Okay. What is the
Magistrate? Before you proceed, Sarah Jean, please
swear in.
Please raise your right hand.
My right hand.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Yes, I do.
I do.
For the record, please state your full name and address.
My name is Sarah Jean Busicat, and I live in 15816 Southwest 26th Street, Miramar, Florida, 33027.
Are you one of the owners of the corporation that has been cited?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the nature of the citations?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that you have to restore the property to the original permitted use?
We hired a contractor who we did the whole plan and trying to restore we do a whole concept of what was done before.
So it's currently a single family residence?
It is not. It's registered as a single family resident, but which was unfortunately converted to a multi-family house. That's why we were fined for. Now he's trying to demolish part of it and restore and make a whole concept out of what was done. A whole plan, different house.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused. First of all, let me hear from the city first, so I have both sides.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. Yes, this violation, new case, this was opened because it had come to my attention that this single family home had been split up into efficiencies. There was another case that has since been closed because they did pull permits. I have been in contact with someone for the property who has sent me a lot of paperwork and documents and plans. Apparently they appear to be in the process of trying to put the house back into single family home status. But as of the final recheck, there has not been compliance yet. They're not there yet.
How do they get electrical meters into the efficiencies? How do they get separate water meters? How does the city allow that if it's a single family residence?
May I?
Yes.
May I say something? There was only 1 meter. It's just that the residents, the tenants were paying separate for they were paying the electricity and the same monthly payment.
So do you still have tenants?
There's 1 tenant left.
You got 1 tenant in 1 unit.
Yes, the other one is gone.
And you have a second tenant, right, that is gone. Okay, was the second tenant using a separate side of the house, or how was it structured?
Yes, they were using a separate side and a side door.
How many efficiencies are there?
2.
Well, according to the code officer, there were 3. Ms. Barber? 2 or 3?
1 is gone.
Originally there was the main house and then 2 separate units along with that, making it 3.
So now there's 2, right?
The house is still the same. There's still 3, but there's 1 tenant left.
Ms. Barber, how did you determine that they were being operated as 3 different efficiencies?
I received a call from a gentleman whose father was staying in one of the units, and he invited me in, and he noted that there was another unit in the back as well as the main house.
You got pictures that you can show me?
Yes, sir. Crystal should have.
So point out to me the 3 different units.
Okay, and the photos that I have are from the 1 unit that I was able to inspect. This was a kitchen that was added. The one of the doors this is the photo of the posting. The door that may have gone into the main house appeared to be sealed. That would be the door here. I was able to get a photo.
So is that a partition?
Yes, sir. Oh, it's a door separating.
So they're not all living together as a unit. They're separate, independent units.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it's a letter from the corporation, from the property owner to the tenant at the property.
Okay.
And the bottom photo here, according to the gentleman that I spoke to, it was around the back of the building. There's another doorway where the second efficiency, 3rd unit is.
And so currently, the property owner is telling us that there is just 1 family residing. Would that necessarily cure the violation, or do they need to remove the different partitions?
The house, in order to be considered back to single family use, there would have to be able to get from one room to the other without the walls being blocked off.
Okay. And what if they have 3 separate kitchens? Is that allowed?
No, sir. No, sir. That wouldn't be allowed.
Okay. All right. Sarah Jean?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what needs to be done?
Yes, I do. So right now, I just have to remove the kitchen and make sure that there's doors that goes in between the units.
You would need to return the property. You would need to return the property back to a single family house, similar to probably the one you're living in, where one family occupies the property. So any single family home would only have one kitchen. You should have fluid access throughout the property from one room to the next. It's a very simple understanding of a single family use. Anything that you added to that property to separate it so that multiple families can occupy it, you would need to remove it and put the property back to single family use. And the city would also require that you contact the code officer to be given access inside the property for an inspection to ensure that it has been returned to its single family intended use. If you want to create a multifamily or multi-unit property, you would have to go through a rezoning process that would require permits and, a whole list of things in order for you to build out a multifamily use property. But if you're not going to do that, then you're going to have to demolish whatever it is that you built to be able to turn it into a three unit building.
I did all of that. So unfortunately, the area doesn't allow a multifamily house. Yeah. Then I did hire a contractor. They did a brand new plan for me, and now. I'm sorry. Now, they've already submitted the plan to Miami-Dade, which was accepted, and they fill out an application to submit the plan to North Miami. I have the application. The plan, I already uploaded the plan, and the application for North Miami I just submitted the plan to North Miami. If they accepted it, then they're gonna proceed from turning the whole house into a single family house.
Excellent. I guess we're all on the same page. So I'm ready to make a ruling. You understand, of course, that this is a single family neighborhood and you're not allowed to have efficiencies and you're not allowed to rent separate units within the house. You can certainly rent your house, but it has to be a single family house. It cannot be multi-family. Okay. So based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented, depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, the property owner has appeared. I rule in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, and set an abatement date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. Ma'am, if you do what you need to do within 60 days, there will be no fine. If you're not finished by the 60th day, there will be a $500 fine, okay? People who buy in single-family neighborhoods buy with the understanding that you're not going to be renting efficiencies to people, okay? So I'm sure that, what you did may adversely affect the property values and the peace and quiet of your neighbors, and that's why areas are zoned single-family, is to preserve the family. So based on that and based on all the evidence, you have 60 days to get your contractor to finish the job.
by just submitted the plan to North Miami took me over like 20 days. It takes forever for them to review the plan and compliance. Then the contractor gonna do the work. I don't know if 60 days gonna be enough. It's from the plan. It's a lot of jobs. It's a lot
I don't know what your contractor is going to do, ma'am, but all that the city requires is that there be a single family home. So you remove the kitchen and you remove the partition and you should be okay. Now, if you need to do other work, that's up to you. That has nothing to do with this case. This case is about a single family home that is being used as a multifamily home. That's all you need to do here. Remove a wall and remove a kitchen.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm going to go ahead and call item number 59 through 60, Shooting Star Dust LLC. Officer Shanna Sanders. Item number 59, case number is CEFOB 20210008. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, 2022 for them to cease operation. And as far as for item number 16, case number is CEZCU 20210099, found guilty with an abatement date by March 4th, 2022, and for them to cease operation as well.
Madam Clerk, what was the fine that was assessed for each case?
There was no fine assessed.
How come?
I wasn't the clerk at the time. When I looked at the records, there was no fine assessed.
Okay. All right, just wondering. Anyway, let's hear, is the owner present?
I'm a representative for the owner. She should jump on here in a second as well.
Okay, your name is obviously not Sarah, is it?
No, she sent me the link. I'm Dominic Swaby. I've been in front of the board before.
Dominic, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Dominic, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
All right. What is your relationship to the property?
I'm their representative.
How are you the representative?
I've been working with them to resolve this issue.
All right. Do you have a power of attorney or an affidavit giving you authority to speak on the owner's behalf?
I believe it was submitted the last time. Let me message the.
All right. If you're not prepared to show me that you're authorized, I can't hear your side of the story.
Okay. I mean, I don't have the document. As I said, it was submitted last time. What was submitted? I believe an authorization letter was either emailed or submitted previously. I've been helping them with this since the start.
Crystal, do we have anything on file?
I have no recollection. Code officer, are you familiar?
No, I'm not familiar with any documents that were submitted to the city.
Do you have something, Madam Attorney?
I don't have anything.
All right, sir, you can watch, but I'm not going to let you speak on behalf of the owner. The owner should have provided someone with authority to testify. All I have in front of me is that there's a business tax receipt violation and a certificate of use violation. And there was an abatement date of March 4th. Today is April 21. There's no compliance. So let me hear from the officer first.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. As you already stated, both cases were heard late last year. We gave a lengthy reinspection date in order for them to obtain the business tax receipt and certificate of use. As of my last inspection on April 8th, neither had been obtained. I would like to say, I do have Cameron Palmer from Community Planning and Development who has been working with the property owners on this matter. I believe he's going to, ask for some extension of some sort, but I'll let him, come into the hearing. He's already logged on to give testimony as to what in short, he's been working with them and why he's asking for an extension.
I want to hear from the planning folks.
Hi, this is Cameron Palmer from
Can you
CPMD.
turn on your camera, please, Cameron?
It won't let me turn on. It says the host has disabled that.
Just a moment. And can you rename yourself? Clerk, can you swear him in, please?
Sure.
Cameron Palmer.
Can you rename yourself, Cameron?
You're coming through as Edme St. Louis.
I'm not sure why, but I am Cameron Palmer. I will rename myself now.
That's fine. Go ahead and swear him in, please, Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
All right. Tell us what the issue is with the CU.
So the issue is not so much with the CU right now, it's with the administrative variance that needs to be completed before the CU. I'd just like to point out that the applicant, Dominic Swabe, has submitted an owner affidavit as part of the site plan application that we do have on file here at the city planning office. So
what does that mean?
It's an affidavit that signed by the owner that permits Dominic Swabe to act on their behalf.
Okay.
Okay,
all
so
right.
stuff like that, could you guys, that stuff should be coming over to all the departments. So if, in the future, Mr. Whoever, Dominic, that's a part of your case file. Fortunately, this gentleman is here, but yeah, just for the record, those documents need to be communicated.
Okay. Mr. Palmer, as long as we have you on video, what's the issue with the variance? What kind of variance is the owner seeking?
So they're looking for a site plan, administrative site plan to permit the use. The use is permitted. However, the administrative site plan process is to ensure that parking is sufficient and that the location of the parking is appropriate. And at this point in time, we are working with the applicant with regards to the parking agreement they have with a neighboring property to allow the cars or the vehicles that will be attending the Shooting Star studio to park on that site. The applicant did submit a parking agreement several weeks ago. However, it was found deficient by the city's legal department. I have since replied to the applicant. I could give you the date of their reply that I sent. It was on the 8th of April, advising them of what the comments legal had made on the parking agreement and advising that those had to be addressed and resubmitted so that the agreement can be recorded at the county.
What's the, if legal is still on the call, the assistant city attorney, are you there? What's the legal issue with the parking issue? What's the parking issue? You need a covenant in lieu of unity of title or something like that?
So sorry, before I think they submitted an agreement, but the agreement was missing things like folio numbers. It was missing a site plan showing where the parking would have. So legal gave us a very comprehensive list, which I then sent to the applicant to have them review.
Okay, and how long do you think the applicant will need in order to get that parking agreement completed?
It shouldn't require more than a week or so. It's the requirements that the legal gave were not onerous. They were just text and graphic changes that need to be done to make sure the agreement was clear.
Okay, so the variance primarily dealt with a parking issue.
Correct.
They didn't have enough parking to meet the parking requirement.
Correct.
And so they're using the next door neighbor who probably has excess parking to acquire more parking.
Correct.
And that's what we're waiting on.
And we're waiting on that agreement, essentially the agreement that's approved to us, that's in place. And it has to be a proper agreement.
Okay. Is there any, do you see any problem getting the agreement eventually signed?
No, the agreement, we have not received any indication from the legal that the agreement could not be signed. It's just that it can't be signed in its current condition.
So the business, what kind of business is it?
It is a photography studio.
Okay. So the business is allowed in the district,
correct?
Right? Okay. Has it been doing business, or is it about to start doing business?
I cannot answer that. I'm not aware of its current existing status.
Special Magistrate, this is Code Officer Sanders. Yes, every time I visited the property, they have been activity. They've been conducting business.
Okay, so when was the first business tax receipt that they asked for? How long have they had or haven't had a business tax receipt? Is this the first time this has come up?
They were originally cited in August of 2021. August 6th, I initially visited the property about a activity or busyness that was going on at the property. At that time, I searched the computer, saw that there was no business tax receipt. So to answer your question, August of 2021, they have been operating, but no certificate of use or business tax receipt had been obtained.
Okay, so where's Dominic? There's Dominic. Now that you can speak, because now we have found that there in fact is a document with planning that allows you to speak on behalf of the owner. What do you say about, if I give you 30 days to get
Magistrate, the owner is here, by the way. She just joined the video. If you want to speak with her, she just needs to be sworn in.
All right. Sure. The owner has a right to participate and say whatever. What is the owner's name?
Sarah Krug, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Okay, so you're the owner of Shooting Stardust LLC.
Yes.
And you're a photography studio.
Yes.
You understand that in order for you to be able to get a certificate of use, you're required by the planning department to get a parking agreement executed such that you have enough parking to meet the parking requirements, correct?
Yes.
And you're in the process of working to get that parking agreement done.
Yes. In fact, my husband's just been down for the third time to the office with they've asked us to amend it for the third time just now. But it's just the wording. We're just getting the wording, and also the what do you call it? When they notarize it, the notarizer forgot to do something.
Okay, so I think based on what I've heard, and particularly from Cameron, that I think 30 days for you to do what you need to do is more than sufficient time. So even though the abatement date is March 4th, and for whatever reason, no fine was assessed, if you didn't comply by March 4th, I'm going to give you an additional 30 days from the date of this hearing, 30 days, to provide whatever the planning department is asking you to provide, or we're going to start fining you. And the city can also shut you down if you don't have the parking requirements. So, based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, also Mr. Cameron Palmer from planning, and the evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice has been given, the owner has participated in this conversation, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. Okay. You understand, Ms. Krug?
I do.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next case.
Item number 34. Isleen Seraforline. Case number CEFAW 2021-0029. The officer is Jonathan Lemestre.
Anybody here on behalf of the property owner?
Yes, it looks like she's here.
Is that Isleen Seraforline?
Yes.
Okay. There she is. Ma'am, please raise your hand. Raise your right hand, and you're going to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
State your name and address.
Isleen Safarian, 1385 Northeast 134th Street, Miami, Florida 33161.
Do you understand the violation that has been issued against the property?
No.
Yes, I do.
Something about a damaged chain link fence.
Yes.
You understand that? You can look at the picture right now. It looks terrible.
I want to replace the fence because
excuse me.
I fixed it one time. It's my neighbor. He keep backing into it. So I want to take it down and redo a whole brand new fence. I had caught Corona, so I was out of work for a month. I just started going back to work this Monday. So basically it's finance issues right now.
All right. Look, if you want to remove it, you're encouraged to remove it.
I got to get the permit. I know.
Okay. So how much time do you need?
I'm off tomorrow, so I'm going to go down there and sit because it is a process just getting the application and getting the permit in. So I'm going to go sit all day down there tomorrow. Hopefully I can submit the permit and wait for them to grant it to me. Then I'll get a contractor and see how much he's going to charge me to put it up. I don't know how much he's going to charge, so I can't really say 30 days because remember I'm just starting getting back to work. I got to catch up on my mortgage because I'm behind on my mortgage.
Let me stop you. The only thing that you're being required to do at this point is to remove that fence, which is not in good condition. Okay. What you do after the fence is removed has nothing to do with today's hearing. You want to put up a wall fence? You want to put up another chain link fence? That's up to you. You'll need to get the permits, and that'll start a new process. But for purposes of complying with the violation, to comply with the code based on the violations that have been issued, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Who is it?
Lemestre. Lemestre, Jonathan.
All right. So tell me, explain to the property owner what she needs to do in order to comply with the code.
Okay, Isleen, all you have to do is either remove the fence or repair the fence. Either or. So again, the violation's been open.
Do I need a permit to do that?
I believe so. In regards to removing the fence.
How about repairing it?
And repairing the fence as well.
So both of them need a permit.
Yes, but I don't know, Mr. Beswick, I don't know if you could chime in.
To remove that fence, she don't need a permit, no.
She doesn't need a permit? Okay.
You don't need a permit to remove it. You need a permit to repair it.
It depends on extent or large it is.
Or extended, or
it depends on the extent of what you're repairing.
No, that one's gonna have the extent is that fence is bad. Yeah, she's gonna. So if you're gonna take it out, you just take it out, is what they're saying. But if you need to, it looks like you're gonna need a whole new fence. So you're gonna need the permits for that. So maybe the alternative, maybe what you do now while you kind of go through your financial challenges is just take it out, and then when you're ready, install a new one.
Then I gotta worry about people coming in on my yard. I'm a single mom.
You can't. Unfortunately, that's not something that
I'd rather repair it and just get the permit to repair it because I feel safe with the gate.
Okay. I'm going to give you 60 days to do that. Okay.
Okay.
Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $200 until the violation is abated.
Okay.
Okay. If 60 days comes around and you got a problem, talk to the code officer or the building department, and I'm sure they'll understand. Okay?
No problem.
Magistrate, what's the fine set?
200.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call item number 42 through 45. Property owner Moses Garcia. We do have a Maria Guerrero here for this case. For item number 42, it is CEBPR 2021-00133. Item number 43, CEBPR 2021-00163. Item number 44, CEBPR 2021-00198. Item number 45, CETRE 2021-007.
All right. Who's here on behalf of the owner? Is that Maria Agüero?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, Your Honor, we have a power of attorney from the property owner to.
Have you submitted it?
Yeah, she sent it to her office and also to code.
And what's your relationship to the property?
I'm representing them as a management in the capacity of manager.
Okay, you're the manager, all right?
Correct.
So tell me why concrete was poured in the rear of the property without a permit.
Maria, before you proceed, can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
And this is the first case, the after the fact permit for the concrete.
Yes. I have the permits here.
You have the permit?
Yeah. They had already submitted both of them. And I don't know why this was this notice of violation was given because both of the permits have been submitted accordingly for this case.
We're talking about the concrete
00391 ending case.
We're only talking about 00133.
Oh, okay.
You have a permit for that?
We just found out about this right now. So basically, we're working on the plans for the project, and we would like to request some extensions. You're talking about this.
I can't see what you're showing me.
Sorry.
What does it say?
It basically says about the newly erected wooden fence.
We're not talking about a fence.
So we're talking about the concrete driveway and the approach installed in front of the home?
Why don't we let the code officer show us some pictures that we're all on the same page. Let's talk about the first violation. Show the property owner or the manager and me what concrete pouring in the rear of the property we're talking about. It says the rear of the property. I guess it's the side that faces the water.
As the description details, it's the rear of the property. That is correct. Officer Perez of the City of North Miami said we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 12930 Aurelia Road. There are several cases for this one property. There has been verbal communication as well with the property owner, and the property owner has been made very well aware of the ongoing violations. However,
that deck there in the back of the property, is there a pool right behind it?
There is a pool right behind it. That is correct, yes.
Okay, so that was poured without a permit?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so what's the confusion about whether it's the driveway or there's a permit or not a permit? There is no permit, right?
Correct. There's no permit for the concrete that was poured in the rear of the property. Here we have some pictures prior to any work being done. And there are also pictures that are aerial that show the after effect of the renovations.
Okay, so you have a before and after picture, and the after picture shows the concrete having been poured, but no permit.
That is correct.
Okay, and show me the issue. All right, let's deal with that, Ms. Agüero. Why did they not get a permit for the deck in the back, the concrete deck? And what are you doing? What are you doing about it?
Well, we're basically reviewing their plans right now, and wanting to get an extension on that so that we can act upon urgently, because we were just made aware of it.
You mean you poured, your client, the property owner, they poured the concrete next to the pool in the backyard facing the water without a permit. You concede that that's not legal,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, definitely.
So I'm going to give you a little bit of time, but let me hear about the other violation, which has to do with a newly erected wood fence at the property. Jose, can you show me where that is?
That's a different property.
So, that is the same property.
Is it the same property?
That is correct. There are several cases for this one property. If we could please allow Director Patterson, to pull up the pictures, I could refer to the pictures.
Okay.
As you can see, these photographs, they depict the newly constructed wooden fence at the property.
And that is also at 12930? Because I have it here at 12920.
That is 12930 Aurelia Road.
Your document says 12920, but okay.
I'm not sure what document you're holding there, but at this moment, at this point in time, we're referring to the document on the screen.
Okay.
And the agenda is pretty clear. The agenda is pretty clear that it's 12930 on each violation.
This must be for somebody else then. Okay.
All right, so we saw the wooden fence that was put in. Do you have a before and after also on that wooden fence?
On the aerial shots, you could see the before, how there was no wooden fence, and then you could see the after where the wooden fence is on the property perimeter.
By the way, is there any ongoing work that's taking place with permits? Or is everything being done there? Because it looks like there's a significant renovation of that house. Is there anything?
So the renovation of the home was done with permits. They had one recent permit that they applied for in October 2021 for the driveway approaches that Ms. Aguirre was speaking about, which was finalized in January 2022. However, that does not reflect what the open violations are for. The open violations are for that, again, of the pouring of the concrete in the rear of the property, the fence that was installed without permits, and then we also have one for tree removal without permit on file.
All right, let's hear that one.
Which was case number 45.
Yeah, I try to identify the tree, or where the tree used to be. I couldn't see it on the picture. Can you direct me to where was the tree? What kind of tree? Was it a mango tree? I understand that it was a
mango tree. That is correct. So this aerial shot, you can see the before pictures here, and then you can see the after shots where all that foliage and all that tree is now gone.
And the house is where? It's to the right of the tree?
The house is to the right of the tree. That's correct.
Well, I guess it was to get a better view of the water, right?
Possibly.
Okay. I understand it, and I've had situations where mango trees were removed, but always with a permit. And why is there, and what is the permit requirement on the tree removal, Jose? Trees over a certain size?
No, so in the city of North Miami, any tree that's not an invasive species is required to have a permit for the tree removal.
But it has to be a certain size, trunk, or any tree.
I would defer that to the arborist and community planning development, but as far as my understanding, any tree.
But definitely this mango tree needed a permit to.
That is correct, and we do have some immunocommunications attached as well that I did have there from the arborist himself.
Okay. All right. Getting back to Ms. Agüero, you have three separate and distinct violations of the code. How much time do you need? Well, as to the tree violation, what is the city seeking? A one-time fine?
We would seek a one-time fine, but also we would seek that they do go ahead and ask CP&D in regards to remediation for the tree removal without permits.
What department is that?
Community Planning and Development.
All right, let me take that first, since we're on it. As to the violation number 2021-0000, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros and a 7. Madam City Attorney, what is the fine for chopping down a tree without a permit?
I wouldn't know that, Your Honor. I would also defer to the arborist, or if anyone else knows this part of the code.
I believe it's $500.
Okay, that sounds about right.
However, you do have the discretion special magistrate for a one-time penalty that would be irreparable or irreversible. In this case, I mean, arguably it may or may not be irreparable or irreversible, but it's up to $15,000. One-time fine maybe up to $1,000 for a first-time violation as well. So,
all right, I'm gonna go with $1,000 conditioned on the property owner meeting with the community planning and zoning. CPD, is that the term? All right.
Yes, that's what he said. CPPD.
Okay, meeting with them and agreeing on a remediation, perhaps not necessarily in the exact same spot, but providing another shady tree somewhere within the property to remediate the removal of the tree. Again, I understand the value of a view, and it doesn't necessarily have to be there at that location, but it may be further back, maybe on the other side, putting up another tree. But I'm gonna limit the fine to $1,000 on this violation. Let's move on to the other two. As to the
concrete driveway and the approach.
I don't know that that's part of the deal here.
Number 44 is in regards to the roof work.
Tell me about that. I didn't see the pictures of the roof. Can you put that up again?
If Director Patterson can pull up the pictures, but essentially there was some roof work that was done in the rear of the property over the overhang of the porch. They have an enclosed porch area, and on the second to last attachment there, you could see where it was reframed.
Are you referring? Let me see. Let me see the pictures, because I believe that was some small repairs that were conducted in that area.
On the second to last pictures
were necessary when we spoke.
Yes, one second, ma'am. Let me hear from the code officer.
So you can see on this picture, it shows that they were reframing the pretty much an enclosed patio porch there.
Yeah, the roof does look pretty good. I mean, it looks nice, but apparently there was some reframing. Can you point it out? Where exactly is the reframing that you're talking about?
So all that new wood that's under the encroached patio, that would be the area that I'm speaking about.
Okay. And that requires a permit?
That may require a permit. It would be up to the building department. But it was done so without a permit, and I'm sure that depending on the foliage size or the size of what was worked on, it would have required a permit.
And it wouldn't fall under the roof permit? It looks like a new roof to me.
Well, the roof was done with the house. That was for that little section, as I mentioned, just the little covered patio, that section that was worked on, not the entire roof of the home.
So in the event that it does require an after-the-fact building permit, then I will give them 60 days on that. Let's deal with that right now. As to that violation. Based on the unrebutted, it is rebutted in a way, but based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph and evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is complied with. Is abated rather, and this deals with that portion of the roof that was indicated in the photograph that may or may not need an after-the-fact permit. If it doesn't need an after-the-fact permit, then the violation goes away. If it needs an after-the-fact permit, then it must be done within 60 days. All right, and as to number one, the first case, 43. For the wood fence at the property, I'm going to enter an adjudication, find that proper notice has been given, the violation exists. I find in favor of the city and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. And this is as to the wood fence that we saw on the photograph. So I think we're done.
Yes.
We have one more, number 42, which was the one in regards to the concrete in the rear of the property.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. As to that particular violation, I find in favor of the city and enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. Again, this requires the owner to get an after-the-fact permit to legalize and have inspected the concrete pour that was done in the backyard facing the water next to the pool in the rear of the property. Has nothing to do with the driveway. Let's put the driveway, away somewhere, and let's deal with the main ones. I guess we have 4 things here that we have to deal with.
Yes, sir.
All right. So
yes,
let's make sure that you meet with the city with regard to replacing that mango tree. Okay?
We'll do.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. I love mangoes, and I hate to see them cut, but I understand the view issue as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Case with her.
I'm sorry?
Jose has another case with her for a different property. Oh. Just FYI.
Okay.
What's the case?
It is number 36. 12920 is the property address.
Are you representing them?
That's why she was confused with the violations. What number is it?
Number 36.
And they're neighbors. That's why.
All right. So you were here on that one as well, right? What is it? 36?
Yes.
Yes. Let me read into record, magistrate.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to read it into record.
Please. You're
Item
you're coming through with an echo.
Jose, mute.
Okay.
Item number 36, Keystone Point 2020 LLC, case number CEBPR 2021-00160, and Officer Jose Perez is the officer.
Okay, Jose, what is this about?
All right, so this one's the neighboring property, which also put up a wooden fence without permits on file. And at this point in time, we're also seeking an adjudication for that with a compliance date. The property address is 12920 Radio Road, and the violation was open on November 9th, 2021.
Show me some pictures. That's an easier to see, that wooden fence right on the center. Okay, so let's see. Who was the property manager again? I forgot her name.
Keystone.
Oh, there you go, Maria.
Yes.
Okay. No. So the property owner is Keystone. You're here also on behalf of Keystone Point.
Correct.
And you saw the pictures, right?
Yes.
After the fact permit. Let's.
It's kind of very similar. This is the neighbor from the previous case that we discussed. And we're also trying to comply with the plans and the permits for them as well. His father is very sick, terminally ill, and we're asking for an extension on this property as well for the fence. Okay, I noticed just out of curiosity, the Collins Avenue address, 5333 Collins Avenue, is that where the owner lives? No. All right. The previous address is where he lives. Okay. All right. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photograph and evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given, the owner's representative is present, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. I think we're done. Good job, Maria. Thank you, sir. Have a great day. Thank you. Okay, next one.
Next, we'll call item number 46. Nai Properties and Management LLC, case number CEBPR 2021-00226. Officer Jonathan Lemestre, and I believe we have a Warren Siedler here on behalf of on behalf of this case.
Okay, Warren Siegler, you said?
Yes.
Please swear him in.
Warren, if you're there, could you please enable audio and video, please?
Ziedler.
Warren, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Ziedler, what is your relationship to the property?
I am the operations manager.
What does that mean?
I deal with the day-to-day operations of the company. I work directly for the owner of the property. He asked me to attend because he's out of the state right now.
Okay, the owner's name is Sammy Joshua?
Sammy and Ephraim Yeshawa. It's Yeshawa. Yes. Yeshawa.
Okay. And, they're the managers of the LLC, and you represent them in this proceeding, right?
Correct.
Okay. Apparently, there was interior work being done. The city cited the property. I believe, based on the records that I've reviewed, that there was a 30-day extension granted by staff in order for the plans to be approved. So there has already been one extension granted by staff. Why? What's the problem? Why do you need more time?
When the general contractor went to the architect to draw up the plans, they went ahead and did the plans for the exterior doors. When we spoke with Code Compliance Officer Lemestre, he explained to me that he needed the additional plans for the interior doors, which they had not completed their work for yet. They are pulling permits for them and submitting plans for them. For the interior doors, the windows, and the camera system that's been installed. But that's why they were asking for additional time, because the contractor needed more time to finish preparing the plans.
Is the contractor preparing the plans, or is it an architect?
Architect that's working with the general contractor.
Okay, so you got both.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lemestre, what's going on?
Warren's testimony is absolutely correct. On December 22nd, the city received a complaint in regards to building without permits. NAAI Properties Management LLC did not have their business tax certificate of use. I opened up the violations in regards to that. They've complied with the business tax receipt, the certificate of use. I was able to inspect the property. I was able to go inside the property. I observed new doors, new windows, new camera system, and there was nothing on file in our system for permits. I've been in close contact with Warren, Mr. Seidler, and again, he told me the exact same thing. He's working, his architect is working on plans for the contractor to submit to the building department. But again, nothing has been done. They did request time back in March, 30-day extension. But again, still nothing has been done, except they did apply for permits for the exterior doors, which are new as well. They applied for it. They obtained it. Well, I'm sorry, they haven't obtained the permit yet, but they did apply for the permits for the exterior doors. But again, nothing is done for the interior in regards to camera system, electrical work, doors, or windows.
The city requires a permit for an alarm system?
For the camera system, I mean, it's all electric. I don't know if we have the pictures, but it's a new, for the camera system, electrical work, yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bestwick, the answer is yes?
Yes.
All right, show me the pictures again.
Just a moment, Magistrate. What was the item number, Clerk? I'm sorry.
46.
So when I arrived on scene on, well, that's an old notice to appear, but on December 22nd, I actually observed contractors working when I made my inspection. They were working on the doors. There were more pictures as well. Scroll down. Exterior doors, new windows, new doors, new camera system. I even saw a fingerprint scanner. I think that's it right there in regards to a fingerprint scanner. And that's it.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
Recording in progress.
It's hard to believe that a contractor would go into a premises like this and just basically start working, doing significant work without having a building permit. I mean, it's not within my jurisdiction, certainly, but somebody should hold those contractor employees accountable. doing work with unlicensed work. Anyway, that's not what we're here about. But how much time do you need to get your permits, Mr. Seidler?
I'm already working on them. Like I said, if we can do 60 days, it'd be appreciated. But I'll work with whatever you give me. Okay, you got it. Apparently, you've been working very well with the code officer. He seems to, be telling me that you've been upfront and that you been moving along. So I'm going to give you 60 days. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs presented, I find that the violations still exist. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. Okay, that covers it, right? We have nothing else on this on the property?
Nothing else on the property, sir.
Okay, let's move on then.
Okay,
Next case is item number 47. We have Natalie Mills, case number CEBPR 2021-00190. This is a new case, magistrate, and Officer Sanders is the officer.
Okay. Let me hear from the officer. First of all, is there an owner present?
Yes.
Who's here?
Natalie Mills.
Okay, Ms. Mills, why don't you identify yourself? First of all, let's swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do. We cannot hear you.
You're muted.
Hello?
We can hear you
now we can hear you.
Okay, great.
All right, you've been sworn, right? You do. Okay.
Yes.
You own the property?
Yes.
Are you contesting the violations?
I'm so sorry. I'm really confused by it all because I only received the letter yesterday. I'm in Australia, and so the mail takes a little while to get to me. And so it was like work without permits. But I'm not. I mean, I haven't been in the USA for about 8 years, and so I haven't been to the building for 8 years. I haven't had any work done on the building. The last time I had work done was like I hired someone in 2013 who said they were a general contractor, and they were not. And that's it. And then the building has just remained like vacant and in disrepair since then.
Are you in Australia right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what time is it over there?
4 a.m.
Wow, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm used to it.
Well, okay, and you don't know anything about somebody doing
no one has done work because no one's going to go to my property and spend money to do work. I have tried to get work done because like I was I tried to get general contractors to go there and like give quotes and stuff, and like trying to do that from the other side of the world was like just basically very arduous. And so it's and I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, I've been trying to sell the building as well. But I'm very, very certain that no work has been done since 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is a multifamily building?
It's a duplex.
And who runs the property? If you haven't been here in 8 years, there's got to be somebody, to do something if necessary.
I've had people over the years that have, just like checked by to look out for it. And then also the there's like a front building because it's in like a gated area, but there's a front like apartment complex as well. And so those people, they always use my building as like their junkyard. And so it's like a couple of times a year I have to clear junk out of there, which is the same situation that has just happened again, which I need to get cleared out. But that's about the only thing that I've like overseen.
Are you able to see the photographs that are on the screen?
I mean, I can just see a whole lot of junk in there again.
Yeah, keep going. All right, so there's a truck there. There's a vehicle.
Those vehicles belong to the front building because my building is behind like if you have a look at the property appraiser, aerial view, you'll see there's like it's like a 3-story condominium building in the front. And so those people, like, they park in front of my building.
Okay, so for 8 years, you've done nothing on this property?
That's correct. I know it's complete lunacy, but I mean, I've been trying to get a visa to get back into the US and I couldn't get a visa. And then all of the embassies closed with COVID. And then I've tried to sell it and it's been under contract like 2 or 3 times. And then the sellers have just backed out. It's just been like an ongoing saga.
There's nothing going on inside. No tenants, no homeless people, nothing, nobody living in there.
If there's like some vagrant that has gone in, because I mean, people have broken into the building to put their junk there. So I don't know, who has gone into the building, but there's definitely no like tenants or anything like that.
Well, apparently, and I saw a door, and the code officer apparently cited you because that door there looks like it's been either painted or put in recently. I don't know what other interior renovations are involved. Let me hear from Ms. Sanders.
Sure.
Code compliance officer. This is a new case. I apologize. It was previously opened by code officer or now code coordinator at St. Louis. I have inspected the property, and as the property owner is stating, it looks like, it's been vacant for some years. Looking at the pictures, I did note the pictures that was taken by Miss St. Louis as well as visiting the properties. There are windows there and a door that still has seemed like, stickers on there. I can't say it's been from 2020, 2021, or 2013 as per the property owner is stating, but there are windows that have been changed over some years. As to your question is if anybody is at the property, when I visited the property on 2 different occasions, I have noticed a gentleman there. He looked a little disheveled, seemed like he went around the back of some nature. I did bring it to, Ms. Natalie's attention yesterday. We had our first conversation after she, received the notice. I did bring to her attention the pictures, and as she's stating, that has been like that since 2013. She has stated that in 2013, the contractor that she hired started to do some work. He stopped and started at some windows being installed. Whereas I did look in the computer, I do see that they were cited back in 2013 for a violation of work being done. But, somehow it was closed soon after. But, I can only go by the pictures that are being shown and by the testimony of what's been given. It is a very, very distressed property that needs a little work. But I can't really verify and say if that's been since 2013 or 2021. If that's what, I'm supposed to give testimony on, if that's what you're asking. I can only go by what I see in the pictures, what it looks like today, and what the property owner is stating has transpired over the years.
Well, don't have anything against absentee landowners as long as they have someone locally to address issues as they come up. I believe that it would be just me talking. It would be a good idea for you to have somebody go in there and, at the very minimum, secure the property so that people cannot go in and out or dump garbage.
Sorry to interrupt, but no, I've had that. I've done that so many times over the years. I mean, it's just like the amount of money that I've poured into like continuously cleaning out trash, continuously securing the building, like obviously paying somebody to do all of this. And I don't know how, but people just keep on. I mean, I believe it's the people that live in the front building complex because there's, I don't know, maybe 50 apartments there. And they just keep on like breaking into my building and just using it as like the, local trash. The local dump. But it is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I just kept on thinking that I could get a visa and then I'd get back into the US and remodel the property. And I've gone for like multiple visa interviews and I've been like denied. So, I mean, again, I'm just going to, I've just spoken to another realtor and signed like a listing agreement for her to sell the property because obviously it needs someone that's local who can, look after a property and remodel it.
Well, one thing is to list the property with a realtor, and that's fine. The other thing is get someone, a handyman, a contractor, someone with construction experience to make sure that there are no fire hazards, there's no public safety issues, that the property is well secured. And, as a property owner, that's your job. That's your responsibility. And I understand you're in Australia and that you have visa problems and we've had COVID problems. But, there must be, 1,000 people that, that are property managers in South Florida.
You're welcome.
Okay, so somebody's got to be able to go in there and at least keep the property secure. And yes. So I'm not gonna fine you for the repairs since I don't have enough proof based on the pictures alone to say that there have been renovations done without a permit. There's no proof to that, especially since you've been in Australia and you deny having paid or having had anybody do anything. So I'm going to dismiss the violation, but I don't want to see you back here 2 months from now facing other violations for property maintenance issues that have not been addressed and for which you could be cited. Yes. Well, okay. I'm going. The new realtor that I have has already organized like a junk removal person, and we'll get it secured again. Like, as I said, I've done this multiple times already, but I'll do it again. I would encourage you to have that realtor, whoever that might be, contact the city, the code officer, Shayna Sanders, and at least keep in touch to make sure that you're not cited for some other reason. There may be rodents, there may be structural issues, there may be garbage. It may even be an unsafe structure. You don't want the building official to go out there, red tag your building and get a bulldozer and knock it down. I mean, there's many things that can happen while you're there. If you don't have somebody here taking care of it, you're going to have a problem. So having said all of that, and I'm sorry that it took so long, but I know it's 4:30 in the morning there, and I wanted to make sure that you understood exactly what your responsibility as an owner is. The city doesn't want junkyards or unsafe buildings. So please take care of your property. Having said that, have a good day, and hopefully I won't see you again.
Okay. Thank you.
Before I get you off the phone, Natalie, I want to piggyback. On the special, hello. I want to make sure that you give me a call, just as the special magistrate stated. I hate to do this on record, but we've already spoke about, as you stated, magistrate, other violations that I have already opened due to the maintenance, the trash, and everything. So call me, please, or email me with these matters.
Yes. Okay. I'll give you a call tomorrow, but we've organized it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You have a lovely day. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye.
Have a good day. All right. Next.
Item number 49, Nicholas Mark Gilbert. We do have Alexander Alonso here for this case. Officer Jose Perez, case number CEBPR 2021-0055. It's a new case.
Okay. Where is Alexander?
He's signing in, Magistrate. If I just may note, there's still about 20 plus cases on the agenda. Respectfully, I don't want to rush you, but it's already 2:15.
I'm going to try to move it along quickly.
Thank you.
Nicholas Gilbert or Alexander, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, please say I do.
I do.
What is your relation? First of all, what's your name and address?
I'm Nicholas Gilbert, 1300 Coronado Drive, North Miami.
Okay.
I'm the owner.
And you're the owner of the property?
Mm-hmm.
You've been cited for some violations, work being done in the dock of your property. Do you contest the violations?
I'm not sure. I've been trying to get the answer to that question. Here's a short background. My dock was in an unsafe condition, so I decided to replace the decking to repair it. And so before doing that, I checked with the state of Florida and Durham and the permitting, and my understanding was I did not need permit to repair a dock. But then I got a violation, so I guess I was wrong, and I did need permit to repair a dock.
All right, let me hear from the code officer.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 13100 Coronado Drive. This case in regards to work that was ongoing at the property, being specifically the repair of the dock in the rear of the property. As of my final reinspection date, compliance has not been met. Based off the permitting notes from the building department, the permit was denied and the applicant was notified via email on December 14, 2021 that the permit was denied. There has not been any updates since then in regards to the permitting process with the City of North Miami.
Okay. Was there an issue?
Granted.
Was there a Durham issue?
I'm not sure. Maybe the property owner could attest to that.
I think there is a bit of a disconnect. So after getting the violation, I hired a permitting firm that they do dock. My representative, Alex, should be here. I don't know where he is. And we're starting the permitting process with Durham, which took a long time. We've just finished a biological assessment. They've asked for revisions on plans, and we've asked extensions several times. I don't think we've ever yet applied for permits with the City of North Miami because my understanding was that we needed to hear from Durham first, and they're in the process of looking at revised plans.
Mr. Perez, they do need a permit, correct?
That is correct. They do need a permit, and they have applied for one. They applied for one on, I'll tell you the date right now, on October 28, 2021. Dory's Contractors, Inc. applied for an after-the-fact replacement of top decking for 800 square feet and installation of a used boat lift, 7,000 pounds of capacity. And that plan was denied in December of 2021, as I mentioned before.
Okay.
I think I'm sorry, if I may, I think Alex, the permit gentleman, just sent a message in the chat. Maybe if he can come in, he knows.
No, I don't want. You don't run the meeting. I do. So let me just say that for whatever reason Durham denied it or anybody else denied it, you need a permit. Okay, it's very simple. How much time do you need?
My understanding is that Durham is looking at the revised version of the plans. They ask for revisions. We've been running behind because of the engineer who's drawing the plans. That's what I've been told. And I think we need 60 days to get into compliance.
All right. I'm going to give you 60 days. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the violation exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. 60 days, sir.
Thank you, sir.
See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Item number 52 through 54. We have Nomi Condominium Association Inc. And we also have Janvier and Pablo
Javier
Rodriguez.
Javier and who?
Yeah. Yes, Javier. Sorry, Javier Lopez.
Get in there, Jesus! Horrible. Listen,
all right, watch your language.
This is all we need because we're at the end of the revisions and we're going right to the city.
Javier Lopez, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon. Please raise your hand, right hand, and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Lopez, state your name and address.
Javier Lopez, 7101 Byron Avenue, apartment 207, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139-3052. And I am the new condo manager that was hired last week to help the board of directors with this problem. And I have good news, if I may be allowed to speak.
No, not yet. Not yet. Okay. You're the condo manager, and you've been given authority to speak on behalf of the condominium.
Yes, sir. And Pablo Rodriguez is the president. He's on the meeting also.
Okay. Can I just see his face?
Yeah, I just gave him access.
Mr. Rodriguez, can we hear you? There, Pablo Rodriguez. Okay. All right, sir. Let me get Pablo first.
If you want to, I don't know, it looks like he's having some trouble.
There he is. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, are you the president of the association?
Yes, sir.
For Nomi Condominium? All right, and Javier is here as a condo manager. Are you aware of all the violations? Or either one of you, are you aware of all the violations that have been issued?
Yes, sir.
I am.
You are? Okay. Do you contest any of the violations?
No, sir.
How much time do you need to fix them?
Well, actually, I had the work done this week. The elevator was repaired. With the vandalism done to the if you want to, I can go into details as to the repairs. It's up to you.
No, I don't think it's an issue of repairs. I think you need a certificate.
Yes, that leads the certificate you can't get unless the elevator passes inspection.
Okay. All right. So when is that going to happen?
The elevator could pass. Well, I have to arrange it for next week. The inspection with the elevator company and the elevator inspection company. It should be ready today. There were some other parts installed this morning, so it's ready to go for inspection.
Okay, so that's an easy one. How about the certificate of use?
Certificate of use?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The certificate of use is tied to the elevator passing inspection.
Okay, so once you get the elevator certified, then it should be a no-brainer to get a certificate of use, right?
Yes. I don't know how what each municipality is different. I don't know how long it takes, but we will, we will do our side of the job this Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, and the business tax receipt is a piece of cake.
Yes, that was paid already. It's just they won't issue it. I don't know if the city will issue it or not. They told us 2 weeks. We went there on Monday. If it's tied to the elevator, then again, it's not a problem.
It's tied to the certificate of use.
Then it's all tied to the elevator, so that shouldn't be a problem, sir.
Okay. Shayna Sanders, what do you have to say?
Officer, as everything has been stated, he's having a problem with his elevator, obtaining his elevator certificate. It's been, inspected a few times. It's been things going back and forth that was denied. He's saying he's made repairs. I really can't say, as I spoke to him and had a conversation on the phone. I believe it was Monday or Tuesday. I think he said he had an inspection scheduled, I think that same day as of today. Seems like now he's saying the inspection is going to be next week. I would ask that we go ahead and, give an adjudication, a short abatement date, just as a reminder. I'm sure you've already looked at this case. This has been open since November of last year when an annual housing inspection was done. So he's had more than enough time to, get that elevator up and working and to, get those certificate of use and business tax receipts obtained.
All right. As to the three cases, the following ruling applies as to each one separately. So based on the code compliance officer's testimony, the evidence presented depicting that the violations still exist, proper notice has been given. The president of the association is here. The manager is here. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated as to each one of the cases. Okay, is that clear to everybody?
It's clear to me, and I'll make sure that the board and the rest of the board understands.
30 days, okay? If the elevator company gives you a problem, get another one, okay?
I have one waiting on the wings.
Okay.
Because that was one of the problems, sir.
Okay, bye. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Everybody have a good day. Thank you.
Right.
Item number 55, Orestes Machado and wife Rossi. Case number MHVIO 2021-0063. Officer Gary Beswick.
Who's here on behalf of the owner?
The owner is here. If I can just give him a moment to sign in. Laura Jaime, are you here on behalf of this property? Laura Jaime, are you here on behalf of this property?
Yes, so is the architect and the owner.
Okay. Let's see some faces.
Can you guys see me?
No. Okay, I see Orestes Machado, and who else is with him?
And the architect, Julian.
We can't see your video.
Who's with Mr. Machado?
Hello, how are you?
All right, I see you. Okay, Aura?
Yes.
Okay.
I represent the architect, and the architect is in the call as well as the owner.
All right, we don't really need all these people because I think it's a relatively easy case. Okay.
Yes.
Can you guys raise your right hand so I could swear you guys in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
All right, let me, this time around, let me hear from the code officer first.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick from the building department. Basically, the violation is for a permit that was expired that needed to get renewed, but also the problem is the work is also completed. they have a gentleman, he came in and dropped off documentation for a change of contractor, but some other documentation is needed. And there's also some revisions that need to take care of as well. So basically at this point, we're seeking adjudication with an abatement date.
Okay, let me make sure I have it clear. There was a permit issued originally for a gazebo.
Correct.
The work started and then stopped.
No, the work started and completed.
The work started and it was completed.
Correct.
Okay, but there was no final inspection.
No.
All right, so, and then the permit expired.
Correct.
And now you need them to do what? Get a new...
They need to renew the permit and revise it.
Okay, and revise it because?
Because what they put on the initial plan is not up to code. So basically, we need them to finish to revise the plan, to put what the code allowed. Because the problem is we have the state asking us for documentation to make sure it was constructed properly. So that's the problem we're having. So that's the reason why we're here, because we are showing the state that we are doing our best to have the property owner to comply to the code.
Okay. Can you show me a picture of the gazebo?
Yeah, it should be in the Crystal.
Thank you.
While we're looking for the picture, Mr. Beswick, are you saying that the originally permitted plans differ from what was actually completed later on?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I see it. All right. And there's an issue with the bathroom. Is that correct?
Well, the bathroom it's all next to each other. There's an outdoor bathroom
but there's no issue with the bathroom.
Well, we don't know. That's why we need them to present the revision to show us what's there.
Okay. Then, property owners, whoever wants to respond, basically, you heard what the code officer needs you to do. How much time do you need to do it?
60 days.
Okay. Big echo there.
Okay.
All right. And you're Orestes, the owner?
I am the architect. Orestes standing next to me. I'm Orestes.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 60 days to renew the permit, get it filed, get it done, and make the city happy that it's been done according to code. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented, having heard also from the owners and the architect, depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
The permit was already renewed. So we already submitted and we already renewed the permit.
No, it's not.
Okay, the sooner the better, but you got 60 days.
Sir, it was intake about 3 weeks ago by the permit clerk because we took notes.
Ma'am?
Yes?
It's not.
Okay. And I can explain that why, because we also called the city yesterday and they said that it was still under review. We needed to even go ahead and provide an electrical and plumbing application because that needed to be renewed as well.
All right, I'm not going to get into that right now. You got 60 days to get the work done. I don't care whether you filed it yesterday or the week before or the week after. It doesn't matter. Everything has to be completed within 60 days to the satisfaction of the building official. Okay, it's over. Let's go. Next case.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 57, Robert Jarvis, case number CERCV 2021-00118. And we have Francisco Fuentes on behalf of this property.
All right, let the witness be sworn.
Mr. Fuentes, if you can enable your camera and video.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Fuentes, what is your relationship to the property?
I rent the property.
You're the tenant?
Yes.
Okay. You're Robert Jarvis, right?
No, I'm the Robert Jarvis is my landlord.
Okay, well, the party that has been cited in the case is Robert Jarvis. You may be the tenant, but you can't really speak for Mr. Jarvis. The case is against him. I understand that, there may be an RV or a boat on the property, and it may be that it's your property, it may be that it's yours, but I can't really take testimony from you without the owner being present, or without you having an affidavit or other form of proof that you're here on behalf of the owner. So I'm going to have the code officer first introduce the case.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 13590 Northwest 5th Avenue for a recreational vehicle that's located at the property. They have an RV and a boat that was originally cited October of last year. Actually, it was two boats in an RV. I've had a conversation with the tenant about either removing the property, removing the vessels and the RV. I've mailed the property owner, have not had any contact with the owner. So my only conversation has been with the tenant. Long story short, the property owner has submitted an application to the city, from which I understand per the tenant yesterday, a variance was issued. The problem is the variance was only issued for, I believe it was the RV, but he still has the boat there. As of my last reinspection, as I explained to him, my last reinspection was on the 8th, whereas, as you see in the pictures depicted, this is what I observed. And again, it was a boat and an RV still there. He was asking about revisions being made to his variance, application. As I told him, we're in the last 24 hours. I don't do revisions to variances. I don't handle that at all. I only deal with the violations. So in short, as of last week, the violation still remains, and one of the vessels needs to still be removed.
All right, so the RV is okay, the boat needs to go.
That's correct. Okay. Or vice versa, whichever one, I'm looking here as we're talking, whichever one he has the variance for, the other one needs to go.
All right, I thought you said that there's a variance for the RV.
I'm looking here. I just want to make sure I'm especially with this being on record, let me make sure I'm saying correct. I know he has a variance for one of them. Let me make sure. I am showing he has a variance for the RV. So yes, the boat is what is still remaining, and that has to go.
All right, Mr. Fuentes, you're the tenant. Is it your boat?
Yes.
Okay, the boat has to be placed somewhere else. You can't have both. You've already the property has been granted an RV a variance for the RV, not for the boat. So the boat has to go. So I'm going to give you 5 days to get that boat out of there. If it's not out of there, if it's not out of there, you're going to start accruing daily fines. Okay, and go ahead.
The problem is the RV already took it out. When I went to the area for the boat, they thought they was gonna bring me both of the boat and the RV was gonna be in the paper, but I just got the paper yesterday. I just want to, if you could please give me more time so I could get a barrier for the boat, please, because it be taking long on
All right. You're going to have to go to planning and figure out what kind of a variance you need. I'm going to give you more time. I know it takes time, but you need to comply with whatever the planning board or whatever the planning department is authorizing. So either one or the other, but you're going to have to comply within 30 days. Okay. So based on the testimony of the code compliance officer, the photographs that I've reviewed, the evidence presented, I find that the violations still exist. Proper notice has been given. The tenant has appeared. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. So you need to talk to the code officer, Ms. Sanders, and tell her which of the vehicles you have a variance for. If you don't have a variance, you're going to get, your fines are going to start accruing. Okay. It doesn't matter to me, what the variance is for, but you need to get a variance.
Yes. The RV, I took it out already. I just have the boat.
Okay. Well, then get the variance for the boat. All right. Next case.
Item number 61, we have Simone J. Bobo in front DYTAS.
Anybody here on behalf of the owner?
We have a Simone Bobo here on behalf of the case.
Okay, Mr. Bobo, would you let us see you? Join us.
Case number CEOSV 2021-0035, and Christopher Colson is the officer.
All right.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Bobo, your name and address for the record?
I'm actually here on behalf of my mother. She couldn't make it. She's at work.
Okay. What is your name?
My name is Gerald Jean-Pierre.
Okay. And your mother's the owner, Simone Bobo?
Yeah.
And you're the son?
Yeah.
Did your mother give you permission to testify on her behalf?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand that you've been cited for having an oversized food truck vehicle on the property?
Yeah, absolutely.
When are you ready to remove it?
It actually been removed. My thing is it possible, so I was just listening to you guys talking about variances. So I was wondering, is there a possible they can get a variance for the food truck to be parked in front of the house? Because
I can't give you legal advice. Neither can the planning department. Well, the planning can, but not the code department. Is there anybody that is willing to go on the record as whether he can get a variance or not for the food truck?
Sir, you can visit the zoning department here at the city with all your inquiries, and they'll be able to better assist you in terms of. Yeah.
There's a
I don't believe that you can park them in the area in which your property is zoned, but you're always welcome to visit that office for more clarification and more details.
Yeah, because from there, when I went over there, they was just telling me I can only put in commercial properties.
So you've already, that's the answer. You cannot park it, nor can you obtain a variance to park it.
Okay, so having explained that, you're going to need to remove that vehicle, put it where it belongs, not in this area.
It's already been removed.
How much time do you need to remove it? 5 days?
It's just been removed, so I don't need no time at all.
Okay, so city, how do you verify that it's been removed?
If you don't mind, Magistrate, we would just ask that you enter the adjudication. We'll do the inspection. If it's been removed, then we'll go ahead and close out the case, and we just ask for the adjudication for any event there's any future occurrences.
Okay,
I can't flip the camera and show you guys outside.
No, that's not the issue.
Okay.
The issue is that they need to establish that there was a violation, so that if you keep doing it again, there will be a heavier fine. Okay. So, you know, we trust you and we know that it's gone, but we still need to find you guilty. So based on the testimony of the code compliance officer and the photographs that I've reviewed, the evidence presented depicting that the violation existed, it may have been removed, but that it existed, and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 1 day. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
Yikes.
So, good. All right, let's move on.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Item number 62, Soul Flow Investment Groups, LLC. Case number CEBPR 2021-0084. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, 2022. Fine was set at $500. And we have Antulio Montiel here on behalf of this case.
All right, let's swear the witness in once we get him live.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
State your full name, address, and your relationship to the property.
Antulio Montiel, 9429 Harding Avenue, Suite 300, Surfside, Florida 33154. Owner of the corporation, and the corporation is the owner of the property.
Okay. Is just to be clear, we're talking about case number 62?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. You said you're the owner?
Yeah, one of the owners, yeah.
Is Rocky Carpio also an owner?
Yes.
Okay. There's an expired permit that you were required to renew, and there was an abatement date of March the 4th. Why have you not complied?
We've been in legal issues with the partners on this property, and our attorney advised about 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks ago, to actually put it on the market. We are trying to secure at the same time some funds to complete the work and reactivate the permits, actually to change the plans of the current expired permits for a bigger house. But at the same time, since we have those, we're gonna sell it.
All right, you're breaking up.
To review on the doc to decide if we sign or not. Where are you? Got lost. You hear me now?
Yeah, now we can.
Oh, what I'm saying is that we have an offer on the table that we received about at the beginning of the week, but the attorney is reviewing it to decide if we can sign it or not based on the legal suit that we have on right now.
Well, that really is of no concern to me. What we're here about is the fact that there is incomplete construction at the property and that there's an expired permit. So tell me, and it should have been abated by March the 4th. We're now into April. Okay, so let me hear from the city.
Janice Sanders, City of North Miami, co-compliance officer. As already stated, this case was heard mid last year. It was originally heard, showing here October 18th of 2021, whereas it was adjudicated. They gave them a lengthy reinspection date. It should have been complied on March 4th. It was a case that was previously opened by code coordinator at St. Louis, but now as the officer of that area, I am addressing these issues. I've had a conversation with I believe he said he was the manager this morning regarding this property. As I explained to him, this violation has been open, since late last year. He's already been adjudicated. No activity has been going on. It's a real eyesore. As of my last reinspection, nothing has been done. It looks, and I hate to say even worse. As I explained to him, even now more violations have occurred just because of the overall condition of the property. Some movement has to be made, whether it's the renewing of the property, securing of the property, better boards need to be put up. It's an eyesore, and no activity has been going on since. I looked in the computer this morning, November of 2020.
All right, let me take a quick peek at the one or two pictures showing the condition of the property right now.
Just a moment.
That ply was on the windows and it's all fenced.
You see, it's, clearly boarded up. The grass was just recently cut, but, it's just a shell of a property that's with boards around it.
All right, I've seen these before. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I am going to ratify the fines based on the testimony of the code compliance officer, the photographs presented, showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of March the 4th. I find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines in the amount of $500 to date, whatever that amount is from March to the present. And going forward, the fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. The city may file a lien as authorized by Florida statutes. In addition, the city is entitled to its costs. And that's it. Let's move on to the next case.
Item number 63, Three Horizons North, Inc. Case number CEMIS 2021-0021. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4, 2022. The fine was set at $750. Officer Jonathan Lemestre.
Who's here on behalf of the property?
We have Matt Connor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, which number are we talking about?
63.
Okay, got it. All right, who's the owner's rep?
His name is Matt Cohenor. He's a property manager. Let's see if we can get him in.
Sir, you just accept the invitation. You don't have to continue to raise your hand.
Okay, I see his name.
Everyone.
Hello, good afternoon. Let's swear the witness in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yeah, I do.
Sir, what's your association with the property?
I'm the property manager.
Are you aware of the nature of the violations?
Yes, sir. I believe that this is my third hearing.
Okay, so you were supposed to abate the violations involving the exposed rebar and cracks by March the 4th and face a fine of $750 per day if you did. Where are we at?
I mean, this is a long process. I'm sure you're aware, but we're basically at the finish line. Madison Construction has been retained to do the construction. I mean, I actually sent some engineer reports the last hearing to Mr. Beswick. I don't know if he got them or if he had a chance to review them. Again, there was no life safety issues. And like I said, we're there. We're basically, I believe that the requirement is to have the permit pulled. So, I mean, realistically, I think that should happen any day because the agreement was agreed to last week, a week ago today.
What agreement?
It's a huge expense to do the repair, sir. It's almost $200,000.
No, but you said the agreement was reached last week. What agreement?
To do the repairs. We're a condominium, so we had to get as many bids as we could, at least 3, which took forever. And finally, we received enough bids to be able to have a meeting and to have the bids approved.
Okay, let me hear from code or building regarding the violations.
Yeah, so Mr. Magistrate, I apologize. So yes, the violation's been open since August 2021. Exposed rebars on the balconies. It's been like this since, again, August, maybe even longer. There is no permit on file as of yet in regards to the repairs or to fix the exposed rebars. So that's where we are.
Show me a couple of pictures real quick.
This is back on April 9th of this year.
All right. Any inspection by the building official?
That I'm not sure. I'm not aware.
It's still like that. I mean, we haven't started any work. The agreement was just agreed to. So
okay, you know that things have changed in South Florida since Champlain fell. Okay,
absolutely. I mean,
I'm not going to put up with any foot dragging by a condo association. They're going to have to find the money to do it. Okay.
No, we have the money, sir.
All right, you don't have a building permit.
I'm sure that you know how things work. We have to get a board meeting. The board has to approve it. We have to present it. All that's been done. They sold an asset. They did we've done multiple steps, sir. So we've been checking the boxes, doing everything that we can. They have the money. The issue was the bids, getting the bid approved, finding a contractor. All that is done. Like I said, we're at the finish line. I wouldn't be surprised if the permit's pulled next week, and that should resolve the issue as far as I'm aware.
Well, resolve the issue only part of the way because it should have been resolved by March the 4th, not April or May. But nonetheless, what I'm going to do based on the facts and the circumstances involving this violation, based on the testimony and the photographs presented, I find that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of March the 4th. And therefore, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $750 per day and assess costs in favor of the city. This said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there's full compliance. So that's my ruling. If you disagree, take me up on appeal or go before the finance department and get them mitigated. I think we have to be a little bit more careful about these types of buildings and these types of conditions. Having said that, move on. Every day there's more fines. So, go ahead and do the work. Next case.
Item number 66, we have YMP Cinecourt LLC, case number CEZCU 2021-00181. And we do have Ralph Goodwin here on behalf of the case.
Mr. Godwin.
Okay, Mr. Goodwin, are you present?
Mr. Godwin, are you there?
Mr. Godwin? All right, I see two gentlemen, I think.
There's no audio. I don't think you're connected to audio. It might be better if you just, okay. While we wait, interpreters, if you're here, you can be dismissed. Spanish interpreter, you can be dismissed. Clerk, please note 3 o'clock.
Yes.
And that there was no Creole interpreter today, just the Spanish.
Crystal, how many more do we have?
I think that this is going to conclude our agenda. I have a Marie Delva and a Dario Henale in the queue. If you're here on behalf of a case, please send us a note in the chat to let us know why you're here. Otherwise, this is the last item on our agenda. Yes.
So I'll be going, and thank you very much.
What case are you here for, Marie? I see hands up. What you can speak. What case are you here for?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What case are you here for?
Case number CEBPR 2021-00079. Her name's Marie. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother.
What's the address, please?
1660 Northwest 132nd Street, Miami, Florida 32167.
Is that on our agenda?
Yeah, that's one of my cases, Crystal. This is Aaron.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and hear that case since Mr. Godwin's not ready.
Okay, perfect.
What's the name of the property owner?
Marie Delva. Join as attendee.
What number is it, Aaron?
I'm checking for the number on the agenda. 1 second.
Okay, Dario, I have your information in the chat. Thank you. 2345. Jose, can you confirm that case is on the agenda?
I think this number 64. CEBPR 2021-00079.
Number 64, Peggy.
Item number 64, Tony Antoine and wife Marie. Case number CEBPR 2021-0079. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of March 4th, 2022, and fine was set at $100.
Marie, I need you to accept the invitation to join the meeting.
Hello, can you see us? Okay, start the video. Okay, there we go. Hello?
Please raise your right hand. Both of you guys need to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Okay, ladies, are you the owners of the property?
My mother is the owner along with my father.
Okay. Do you understand that you needed to get a permit for some stucco work at your property?
Yes, we do know now. When we initially went to the city, they gave us some paperwork. They told us fill out the paperwork and then we'll be fine. But when we went back, they told us that they needed us to get a home survey, which we did. That took about like a month maybe, and we submitted all of our information, and now we're just waiting to get the permit approved.
And this is for stucco work done on the property, correct?
On the front, yes, on the front.
On the front. Okay, let me hear from the code officer.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. As noted, this case has been previously adjudicated. As of the final recheck date on April 8th, there were no permits in the system, no after the fact permits in the system for the work at the property.
Show me the stucco work real quick. And that's the front of the property, the entire front facade.
The house itself.
Okay, no issues with the windows, the columns, the fence. It's
no,
just
sir.
The stucco.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I heard the property owner say, or her daughter, that they needed a survey. They got the survey, took a while, and that they've. Ma'am, did you say that you filed it? You filed your application already?
Are you referring to the permit?
Yes.
Yes, and now it's pending. So they said that it should take 30 days for them to give us the permit. They don't have the
Do you have a process number for the application?
Yes, I do.
Can you provide it to the code officer?
Sure. Are you ready?
Yes. Thank you.
BB as in boy, R 00-2022-00168.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barber, what do you say? Should I table it, or do you want an adjudicate? Well, this was already adjudicated. What's your recommendation?
If they have they do appear to have the permit submitted. They've got the permit number already in place. So, I would consider this complied.
Well, the work, it hasn't been issued, so I think we should, let's table it, magistrate.
Yeah, I think that we should table it to make sure that not only do they get the permit, but that they that whatever work was done passes inspection.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
They may have done it improperly. I don't know, but it needs to be CO'd by the building department. So let's table it until my next hearing. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Just keep working, Marie. Just make sure that you're following up. If you have a problem, come to the city.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
In regards to the fees that you guys said that there was the $100 fee, the $100 fees.
I didn't say that. For you?
Yes.
No, it's only if you're found once you're found guilty and you're forced to pay, you've got to pay court costs. I'm not sure that the city is going to assess costs in your case. Am I correct, Crystal?
Go ahead, Clark.
The only court cost she would have to pay was for the previous hearing where she was initially found guilty, which is $100.
previous hearing? This is our first hearing.
No, you were found guilty before.
So when was our previous hearing? Because this is our first one.
We can circle back with you with all the details, ma'am. You feel free to visit our office, or we can give you all those details after we've got other cases we need to hear, but we can give you those details offline.
Okay, and as far as the inspection, is that our responsibility or the city's responsibility?
You have to circle back with the building department for those details as well. You can do that offline.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye. All right, are we ready with number 66?
Yeah, Mr. Godwin, are you ready?
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, but I need you to turn on your video, please.
Just a second. Hang on. There you go. Can you see and hear us now?
Yes.
Outstanding.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do. I do.
All right. Let me hear from the property owner. Who's going to speak?
Okay, my name is Ralph Godwin, and I am the president of YMP Property Management, which is the property management company responsible for Center Court Apartments. And I am also the president of YMP Center Court LLC, which is the owner of the property, and I will be speaking for the ownership.
All right. So the violation is for the failure to obtain a certificate of use on the property. Tell me why you have not been able to get that.
This seems like a very simple task, but it is proved to be not. In that the fact is, as we investigated a certificate of use, this property has never had one since we acquired the property in 2015. And so when we were at our last hearing, we went down to the city. I met with Isaiah Valcine, who is the person that handles certificates of use. I met with Rafael Pedron, who is the business license tax person for the city. They explained the requirements. They gave me the applications. And because we had never had an application or a license before, we had to go back to ground zero and create a de novo application package, which meant that we had to have all of our operating agreements, a copy of the deed, and all the supporting information, which we put together. The last week of February, we submitted 8 separate applications for each of the buildings at Center Court to get a certificate of use. On that same day, we also submitted applications for 8 business license tax payments. We submitted checks with the applications, and very shortly thereafter, we were informed that we could not qualify for either a certificate of use or a business license tax because the property had outstanding violations. And the property is subject to 4 different violations groups, which includes North Miami-Dade Fire Department and Olga Hernandez, which provides fire response. It includes David McMillan, who is with the North Miami Fire Inspection Department, and then Officer Jose Perez, who is with the North Miami Building Department, who handles all of our building violations. And then we have the North Miami Elevator Inspection Department, which is Officer Wilfredo Medina, and consequently, We have been working extremely hard to get all 4 of those groups squared away. And I can tell you that Olga Hernandez, we have now paid all of our outstanding fines for false alarms. We have got all of our fire department violations down to 2, and David McMillan will say that we are making progress and working on the final 2. Officer Medina will tell you that we are making significant progress on getting all of our elevator violations cleared. And Officer Perez will tell you that we are a notorious scufflaw and we have done nothing in his department. And that is an unfortunate point of confusion by my senior maintenance manager. Our senior maintenance manager went to the North Miami building code site and pulled a violation report for an address at Center Court. We have 8 buildings at Center Court that total 588 apartment units. The one building that this gentleman pulled happened to be violation free, so he thought the property was violation free. And Officer Perez was kind enough to look at it and say, wait a minute, you only pulled 1 inspection report. There are 7 more. And so we are aggressively now working to get our maintenance crew at Center Court on board with Officer Perez to get violations re-inspected that have been repaired and get all of our violations squared away.
What is the nature of some of the major violations that you're still working on?
There are no, and that's not true. There are 1 or 2 life safety issues which would involve light fixtures that have been damaged that show exit signage, exit doors that are not closing because they've been jammed open by tenants and have to be replaced. But we do have materials ordered. We have a licensed general contractor who is responsible for filing permits on all of that work that requires permits. And I don't know, Officer Perez, I'll leave it to you. My judgment would be we've got 15 or 20 violations open now that we are working on.
All right. You've made a very important presentation and very thorough and clear and to the point. First of all, let me ask you this: you've had BTRs issued over the years, right? Business tax receipts, occupational licenses, business tax receipts. You've had those over the years, correct?
No, sir, we have not. No, sir. We acquired the property in 2015, and we have not had a business license nor a certificate of use since then that we can find. And neither could Mr. Balsin nor Mr. Padron.
How old is the property?
1971. Okay.
Let me hear then from the code officer, Mr. Perez, and it's strange that it's been so long that the property was allowed to operate without a business tax receipt or a certificate of use, and all of a sudden it's sprung on the owners. Tell me the story. What happened?
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to Senate Court Apartments. I won't go ahead and say the addresses because there's plenty of them. However, the folio number ends in 0010. This violation was actually referred to me by Rafael Padron from the Finance Department, who advised that YMP Senate Court has not been in compliance with their CU or BTR since 2015. And in the email communications, he advised that in 2018, he reached out to Senate Court Apartments to try to get them into compliance. However, there were no attempts made. by the corporation to obtain the CU and BTR, which is why my violations were opened. My violations entail for the application of the CU and BTR, as we've established. However, they cannot do so without first clearing their outstanding violations, which some of them include even a 40-year recertification violation that was opened by Officer Gary Beswick. So those things would prevent them from obtaining their CU and BTR. And at this point in time, in essence, what's occurring is they're trying to correct those things before they could even obtain it.
If I might add, Magistrate,
yes.
Some of these violations date back, they're old. These things have been running for years. If I'm correct, Jose, can you confirm? I believe there's liens running on the building related to the issues and concerns at this property.
Right. Some of these go back as far as 2013 before they even acquired the property.
Code liens?
That is correct.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
We were aware of violations in the past. We have corrected many of those violations and repaired them. The reason that Mr. Padron, I have had 4 different property managers at Center Court in the last 6 years. I have had 5 different building supervisor maintenance personnel, and this is the first time that these issues have escalated to me. And consequently, when I was with the court back in, I guess it was October or November, I got it personally involved. Isabel Gallardo, who is here with me, is our new administration and risk management. She actually now logs all violations that we get, sends them to the property, makes sure they are repaired. And then the one thing that my maintenance people have always failed to do is once they get something repaired, call for reinspection and get the violation cleared. So a number of these violations will be repaired or have been repaired in the past, but they were never re-inspected. And so now they just exist as a malingering fine, which we are taking care of.
All right. Very strange case. How much time do you think is necessary in order to cure all the violations? And I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, Jose, that they're going to have to take care of those code liens that are in place before they can get a certificate of use.
That is correct.
As far as I'm aware, that is
now,
correct.
All violation fines and stuff.
The only exception was that if they were to be granted a conditional license, but I'm not sure if they would be doing that. That'd be more so of a community planning and development department question. They could address those.
All right. I don't know all the different violations or what needs to be fixed. All I'm asking for is how much time do you need to get everything done such that you can get your certificate of use?
Okay. I have fired our elevator company and hired a new elevator maintenance company. They are coming in May 1st to aggressively attack all of the issues with elevators. Officer Medina and the Miami Inspection Department says that none of our violations today are life safety issues, so we are still allowed to maintain our elevators, even though we do not have certificates of operation for those. But we are on top of that. We have hired a new fire company to come in and take care of all of our fire violations. And I would respectfully ask Your Honor for 60 days, and we will absolutely get our team, headed by Paul Fernandez at Center Court with Officer Perez, and we will get through these violations 60 days.
All right. I assume you have some issues with the Miami-Dade Fire Department, correct?
That is one of the 4 governing bodies. Olga Hernandez, who handles our false alarms, we are square with her. We only have 7 open violations, which are purely fines that need to be paid that have been incurred in the last 30 days. Fire department, I've got 2 left. One, we have hired Ecola to do our trash chutes, and then Empire Fire has the remainder, which include sprinkler head changeouts and tagging everything for inspections, which they are doing now. But yes, sir, we are aggressively working on all of them.
All right. I'm. By the way, Jose, do you know what the outstanding code liens are? How much?
I do not have that information, no. They would have to contact the liens department.
All right. I'm impressed with...
Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, excuse me.
Yes.
Isabel, what have we paid recently?
$30,000 for everything that was in lien or went to collections. We had a reduced rate, and that was the agreement, $30,000. There's 2 that are still pending investigation, so we haven't been able to pay those.
Those were those North Miami liens?
Yes, sir. Those were Miami-Dade and North Miami. We requested amnesty on all of them. There were $68,000 in fines that were reduced to $30,000 and change, which we have paid within the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
This week, I think Monday.
Sorry, this week.
And those related to violations that pre-existed your purchase of the property in 2015?
Back to 2017.
This most recent group went back to 2017.
Okay. All right. I'm impressed with your take charge attitude and your leadership and your willingness to move this forward as quickly as possible. I think 60 days is reasonable. There are no life safety issues, and I know that you're dealing with Miami-Dade Fire. And I know that you'll be working with Officer Perez to make sure that anything having to do with North Miami is addressed properly. So I'm going to give you the 60 days. And then if there's no compliance within 60 days, then a penalty will accrue. Obviously, you know, if there's an issue that comes up that nobody anticipates, we'll revisit that if necessary. But at the moment, my order is that that based on what I've heard, testimony of the code compliance officer, I've heard in detail the testimony of the representatives for the property owner. I'm basically finding in favor of the city since the violation exists with regard to the certificate of use, and enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violations are abated. Again, you're supposed to provide a certificate of use, which is contingent on fixing all of the violations, hoping that all of these violations can be addressed quickly. Within 60 days, will be done. So based on that, I think that concludes the agenda for this hearing. Anything else?
Magistrate, we still have some more cases.
We have more cases?
Yes, the ones that no resident showed up for.
Oh, okay.
No. We have one more person in the queue.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we do. One more person.
Dario Hanel.
What case?
Item number 32 and 33. It is GHG on 135th LLC. case number CEFOB 2021-0038, and item number 33 is case number CEZCU 2021-00178, and Officer Sanders is the officer.
All right. Dario Hanau.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
And you're here, sir, on behalf of the ownership of the property at 2345 Northeast 135th Street?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And in what capacity are you here?
I have been hired by the property owner to take care of not only, I've been working for them for a very long time. I own my own construction company, and I'm helping them address this issue at hand. When to the tax, what's it called? Hold on.
Business tax receipt?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And a certificate of use?
We are working on the certificate of use as we speak, along with a couple of violations that we received the other day, but for which I actually went to the city this morning to show proof that we had already filed for the tax receipt and also paid the fees associated with it. We just haven't received the actual documentation back in order to present to you.
Well, the reason it may be that you have violations. Have you corrected the violations?
I have corrected all of the ones that are related to fire, which were the fire sprinkler system. I have been working with county regarding that building. County requested that we replace some fire sprinklers. All the work has been done. Everything has been repaired. We submitted the information to county, but what we didn't know is that there was another inspection by the city at the building. But now what I'm doing is I'm just trying to have county and city, kind of mirror what was done. And obviously we're available for the inspections if the city needs to come back and address those. I will be calling for inspections also.
Okay. Other than fire sprinklers, what else is what else is going on?
It was the sprinklers. Give me 1 second. Let me just pull up my my little spreadsheet here. Okay, so here we have the business tax receipt, the certificate of use, which we are working on. The extermination reports, we do have a licensed pest control company, which will provide us a report. This is a company that services not only the exterior of the building, but also the interior. There was, let me see, the elevator company already completed the repairs for the elevator. We had a part on back order for a very long time. We were finally able to do it. So now we just need to call for, the elevator company is going to call for inspection so we can get our certificate up to date. There was a patio screen, just a fabric that has a little hole in it. That's no problem. That's being taken care of as we speak, along with a couple of other items. There is a window on the 3rd floor exterior that needs to be washed. And also, along with that, the dumpster, there is a sprinkler right above the dumpster, which county asked for us to replace. It's already been replaced, but it's a violation here with the city for the same exact thing. So I will.
All right, let me stop you there. I got the picture. Ms. Sanders, you want to say anything?
Yes, Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. I'm hearing all that he's stating and stuff or whatever. And I'm understanding that possibly they're not getting the business tax receipt or certificate of use because of all of these other situations that are going on there. Am I understanding that correct, sir?
That's correct. Yes. So one of the biggest things that was happening is that the fire panel for the building needed to have a new motherboard, and these parts were on back order for a very long time. So once they finally started coming in, we addressed those issues with county. We've had our sprinkler and fire company work together with county to get the building up to code when it comes to fire. So now that we did that, and the elevator that we needed to repair also, now that that's done, then we can move forward with the other items so we can complete them.
Can you tell me when those violations were cited, when you cited for those violations on that paper?
I believe it was April 7th.
Of this year?
Correct.
Okay.
And be cured by April 27th.
Okay. So Special Magistrate, I just wanted to get, what he was stating. Long story short, these violations, he was cited last year. Actually for the previous year as well. I received this violation from Community Planning and Development, as well as a business tax receipt for them having an outstanding balance with their business tax receipt and certificate of use in 2019. I have been back and forth with this property when I was the officer in that area. They have not obtained in or renewed their business tax receipt for 2019 to 20, 2021, and now 21-22. I have been in contact with a gentleman. It's been several people. I was looking through my email threads over the past 2 years with an Arlene, in short, different people. They've submitted an application to the city for the certificate of use. They have been contacted on 2 different occasions on February 19th, 2020 to do the inspection, to no avail. They were contacted again in July of 2021 to do that same inspection for the certificate of use. For whatever reason, they are not as available as the gentleman is saying that they are to do the inspection. Just submitting an application isn't stopping or starting the process. So in short, I would like to, give an adjudication, a very short one, because this has been going on from a previous violation from 2019 to 20. And now they're being cited for the 3rd time for not having their business license, and they're still up and running, still functional. It's an apartment building. We need to get some movement going. These things that he's listing is possibly a new violation that they were just cited for. Right now we're doing AHIs, seeing that everything that happened, over the past year with, the other buildings. But this has been something that they've been aware of that needs to get going. They need a business tax receipt in CU.
Yeah. Very, very well put, Ms. Sanders. Mr. Hanau, you seem like a nice guy, and you seem like somebody that wants to get to work and are ready to go. But you have a client that has been dragging its feet now for a couple of years. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a short period of time within which to do what needs to be done to get a certificate of use and a business tax receipt. Whatever it takes, if you got to have more people on top of it and write some checks, you need to do it. These things need to be addressed. So I'm going to rule as follows, based on the testimony that I've heard and the evidence presented. I find that the violations are still in existence. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. So we're done with this case. Let's move on.
The next case is item number 15, Azul LLC, case number MHVIL 2022-00187. Officer Flores.
15 is Azul.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, anybody on behalf of the owner?
At this time, Magistrate, we no longer have anyone present. The officers will just present on behalf of the city. No one's present on any of these other cases.
Okay, Jose, is it your case?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 1310 Northeast 127th Street. This is in regards to a licensure violation, failure to obtain a certificate of usage in the City of North Miami. The property was posted. I personally spoke with the property owner who advised they were going to apply for it. They have yet to apply for it. The property owner was also sent via certified mail for the notice violation itself and certified mail for the notice to appear. And the notice to appear was mailed certified mail on March 30, 2022. The property was also posted for the hearing. And as of my final reinspection on April 8th, 2022, no application for the CU has been approved. So at this point in time, the city is seeking an adjudication.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
Next case is item number 22, Charles Hotkiss, case number CEBPR 2021-00172. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, property address 330 Northeast 129th Street. Permit violation number CEBPR 2021-00172. This property was originally cited in November of 2021, whereas I guess it was observed for some windows and doors that were installed without permits. As of my last reinspection on 4/28, no permits have been obtained for the windows and door that was replaced. I am showing proper service was given. I posted the property with a notice to appear on March 28th, as well as certified mailing was mailed out to the property owner. At this time, the city is asking that the case be adjudicated with a guilty finding.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violations are abated.
Item number 30, Frank Ramu and Yanivia Jimenez. Sorry if I butchered their name. Case number CEBPR 2021-00200. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of April 8, 2022. Fine set at $700.
Who's going to present? Jose?
That would be me. Yes, sir. Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing a case in regards to the property at 12900 Cherry Road. This case is in regards to a piling that was installed at the property behind the home in the canal. Piling was installed with the boat lift without any permits on file. The property was previously found guilty and has not abated by obtaining the permits by April 8th, 2022. The property was sent via certified mail for the hearing on March 30th, 2022, and was also posted at the property. At this point in time, the city is asking for the fine to move forward.
It's hard to believe that somebody living on Biscayne Bay would put pilings down on the bay without seeking permits. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and other evidence presented, showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of April 8th, 2022. And that so I find in favor of the city and hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the daily sum of $700. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I was just curious, looking at the file, as to whether or not Durham was notified also of the violation.
I have not made that referral over to Durham. I'm not sure if the building department did.
Okay. All right. Any more cases?
Item number 35, K&H Holdings Miami LLC, CEBPR 2021-00124. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of April 8, 2022. Fine set at $500. Jose Perez is the officer.
Officer Perez, City of North Miami, today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 13010 Biscayne Islands Terrace. This case in regards to a pool that was resurfaced without any permits on file. As of the final reinspection, the permits have not been obtained. The property was sent via certified mail on March 30, 2022, and the property was also posted. The property was found guilty, and at this point in time, the city is asking the fine to move forward.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and other evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of April the 8th, 2022. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date based on a $750 a day fine. And
it's $500.
Cost in favor of the city. The said fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
Item number 39, Land Trust Service Corp. Trust. Case number CEMIS 2021-0031, found guilty with an abatement date of April 8, 2022. Fine set at $450. Jose Perez is the officer.
Officer Perez with the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 13225 Arch Creek Terrace. This violation in regards to the construction debris that's been left at a construction site that is now inactive. The property was sent via certified mail on March 30, 2022. It was also posted at the property. The property owner was previously found guilty, and the property owner has not come to compliance by April 8, 2022. At the point in time, the city is requesting that the fines move forward.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and other evidence presented, showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of April the 8th. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $450 per day, and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there's full compliance.
Item number 56, Pearl Brunette Trust, case number CEBPR 2022-00392, Officer Jose Perez.
Officer Perez with the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 13080 Ortega Lane. This is the first time we're going to hear this case. This violation in regards to a interior remodeling that was being done at the property without any permits on file. The property was set via certified mail in regards to the original violation on March 9, 2022. The property was also sent certified mail on March 30, 2022 for the hearing. The property was also posted. As of my final recheck, the property has not come to compliance. They have not obtained any permits for the remodeling that was done. And there are extensive remodeling that's being done inside the pool.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
Item number 58, Celine Amaro, case number CEBPR 2021-00153. This case was previously found guilty with an abatement date of April 8, 2022. Fine was set at $500. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance, address 1580 Northwest 127th Street. A violation issued for the fence installed without a permit. As of the reinspection date, no permits have been submitted to the city.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and other evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of April the 8th, 2022. I find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500 per day, and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there's compliance.
Thank you.
Item number, give me 1 second. Item number 65, UV Group LLC Trust, CEBPR 2022-00294. Shannon Sanders is the officer.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 570 Northwest 139th Street. I originally cited this property on February 2nd, whereas during my normal inspections, I noticed two gentlemen installing installing a chain link fence. I had a conversation with them. They explained to me that they were installing it and they had permits for it. They originally had an application on file for revisions and or in addition to the existing house. They explained to me that the permit for the fence was included with the house renovations. Long story short, came into the office, sent a couple of emails to Building and Zoning Department, fully understood that the fence had nothing to do with the house renovations. As of my last inspection on April 8th, permit still has not been on file for the fence that was installed. I am sure improper service was given. I posted the property with the notice to appear on March 30th. I'm showing certified mailing was also mailed out to the property owner. At this present time, the city is asking that the case be adjudicated.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication, and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
And that concludes all for the agenda today.
Okay. That was a long one.
Yes.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.